Welcome everyone. It is Monday, March 3rd, 2025, regular council session of the municipality of Strathroy-Caradoc. The municipality of Strathroy-Caradoc acknowledges it is located on Treaty 21 territory. We are thankful to the generations of people who've taken care of this land, including the Chippewa the Thames First Nation, the Munsee Delaware First Nation, and the United Nation of the Thames. Roll call. I know Councillor Derbyshire is on his way, indicated he'd be a little bit late. Motion to approve the agenda. Councillor Canis, second by Councillor Brennan. All in favor? Carried. Any declaration of pecuniary interest? Seeing none. Move to the first public meeting. Motion of the public meeting to consider an application for zoning bylaw amendment for the property located at 7859 Parkhouse Drive, Mount Bridges, be hereby open. Someone bring a motion. Deputy Mayor, second by Councillor Wilsey. All in favor? Carried. Mr. Williams, give your presentation.
Thank you to the mayor and members of council. This is, as you noted, a application for rezoning at 7859 Parkhouse Drive, which is on the south side of Parkhouse, just west of Christina. And it is a rezoning application as a result of a committee of adjustment application that was approved conditionally on November 7th of 2024. This is an application, as you can see from the plan, that severs the yellow from the red on the plan, or the surplus farm dwelling lot from the remaining portion of the farmland. You'll see that the total size of the property is 40 hectares, and the single detached dwelling is approximately 1 hectare, 0.99 hectares in size. The rezonings would show a A2-41 for the single detached dwelling, and an A3 for the agricultural parcel. A3 restricts homes from being built on that parcel, and the A2-41, the 41 addresses a accessory building that would be located on those lands that's larger than what's permitted in the zoning bylaw. So that just recognizes that building that was constructed in 1961, and it's still in good condition, so to remove it seemed extraneous. So those are the positions that are put forward by the applicants. The staff recommendation and consultation and the policies relating to this can be all found in the staff report, but I can say that staff are in support of the application. It's in line with the PPS. It's in line with the official plans, both of the county and local official plans. I say in line, but if you want the correct terms, I guess it's in conformity and conforms with the official plans. And so those are the submissions. I'm happy to answer any questions. As I say, we're recommending approval. Thank you.
Thanks, Tim. Any comments in support of the application? Any comments in opposition of the rezoning? Sorry, yep, there's someone there. Okay, that's okay. Are there any comments and questions from members of council? Seeing none, motion to close the public meeting. Deputy Mayor, second by Councillor Canis. All in favor? Carried. There are two motions. Motion to report BBP-2025-20 regarding rezoning application ZBA 2-2025 be received for information. And further, that bylaw number 18-25 be referred to the consideration of bylaws section of the agenda for consideration and approval. Councillor Hippel, second by Councillor Wilsey. Any questions? All in favor? Opposed, if any? Carried. Next is public meeting number 2. Motion of the public meeting to consider an application for draft plan of subdivision and zoning bylaw amendment for the property located at part of east half of lot 17, concession 3, geographic township of Caradoc, being part lots 18, 19, 20, 21, and 22, land 34M-7 Mount Bridges, be hereby opened. Someone bring a motion. Councillor Brennan, second by Councillor Altman. All in favor? Carried. Mr. Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of council. This, as you've noted, is a plan of subdivision as well as a rezoning application for the lands that are bounded by Adelaide Road, bounded by Park House as well, Falcon Bridge and Rougham Road, with access points onto each of those major collector roads. I guess the county road is Adelaide, the other road's Falcon Bridge, and Rougham are not county roads. They're maintained and run by Strathroy-Caradoc. The application, as you can see, is shown in yellow with the lots and the lot fabric. The larger yellows sort of on the lowest part of the block on the plan. That's a townhouse block, as well as one in the northern section right along Adelaide Road, another townhouse block for a combination of 98 townhouse units. There's 109 single detached dwellings, and then to the sort of west side, right at the corner of Park House, I'm sorry about that. That's the second time Park House. I don't know what's going into my head today. But Falcon Bridge and Rougham Road, at that corner, there's a stormwater management pond that would be collecting the water for the subdivision. Just to the south of that, along Rougham Road, is a block for a pump station to pump sanitary into the system. On the other side of the stormwater management block is an Enbridge gas facility that's existing now today. When this application first came forward, it was in a slightly different location, and they've actually rebuilt it since the application was originally submitted. So that's been adjusted on the plans. And there was a public open house that was held back in 2021 in October, and it was a Zoom meeting, and that consultation resulted in some adjustments to the plan, and that's the plan that's before you tonight, and as part of the part of the report that came forward as part of this application. There are a number of comments that are still to be worked out with the various different departments, but a number of items have been addressed over time. For example, Street B Street A used to enter Rougham Road at a location that was opposite a rural residential lot. That was moved to the south, and so that movement southerly resulted in reconfiguring of that intersection and alike. As part of this application, the applicants would be involved in upgrades and improvements on their own property in terms of road construction and alike. But Rougham Road, for the side of the road that's adjacent to the subdivision, it will be upgraded to an urban standard as part of a DC project. Same with Falcon Bridge on the southern side of Falcon Bridge. Just to put that in perspective, that means that work wouldn't be done until the subdivision was being put forward. So they work hand in hand, but it is DC charge related projects that are associated with that. So those are sort of the main pieces of this development. I would note one other piece is that there is some archaeological significance to the corner of Adelaide and Falconbridge, and so what's being proposed there is an area, a no-go zone, and then an area, a buffer before we reach the first townhouses, and that protective buffer is 20 meters. This is not First Nations location, but rather an area more related to settlers and alike. So, but that's still one of the pieces of the puzzle for this particular development. The remaining piece is to the south, and that is the piece that is woodlands. And so there is a fairly significant block. It's 11 hectares in size, which would be remaining in its natural state. And there's a buffer associated with that before you get to the single detached dwellings and townhouses that would back onto it. So if we were to look at this picture, thank you to switch it over, it's the right-hand side of this plan. You'll see what looks like a sort of a squiggly line of sorts rather than the standard straight line streets. And that's done to respect that buffer along that stretch. There are some items that we're still working with the applicants on in terms of details, but those are coming along with a development assessment review being completed as of today's date. We have that application in. So those are the main pieces. The policy direction and policy related matters can be found in the report, but I would say just as a high level, it's supportive of a subdivision here. The official plan has these lands designated residential, and they've been designated residential since before the formation of Strathroy-Caradoc, and it was in the Caradoc official plan before now. So it's been a long-standing understanding that this would be residential in nature, and it's been within the settlement boundary for a significant amount of time. And so what happens from this point forward is we, of course, would be hearing from members of the public, support for the application and opposition. We'd hear from council, and we would be taking this back and preparing a evaluation report. If there are changes that are made by the developer, additional information provided, we would of course include that in the evaluation, and then bring forward back to council a report and look and seek for direction and either approval, denial, deferral of the zoning bylaw amendment, and then endorsement or not of the subdivision and the conditions. And those would go to the county council for final decision. So I'll leave it there, but happy to answer questions as usual. Thank you.
Thank you, Tim. Are there any comments in support of the proposed draft plan of subdivision? Okay. Yep. You're on. Go ahead and identify yourself for us, please.
Yes, good evening, Mr. Mayor. My name is Ron Davidson. I am a private planning consultant, and I'm here in support of the application tonight. I shall be very brief. With me on the line is Murray Davenport, or he's the engineer that has designed the subdivision. He's looked after servicing reports, stormwater management. He's done a lot of the heavy lifting. I'm going to be very brief. A lot of what I wanted to convey to council and to the members of the public has already been said. Both Murray and I will try to answer questions though that might come up later. As you heard, there's a mix of detached dwellings and townhouses. There will be two parks. There'll be a small park, and then there's a very large forested park at the south end that contains the existing walking trail. The townhouses will be in the form of condominium ownership. There will be internal private roads that will be owned by the condominium corporation. There's been a series of studies that were prepared in support of the proposed developments, those being functional servicing report, stormwater management report, environmental impact study. You heard a bit about the archaeological assessment. There's a noise study, a traffic study, geotechnical investigation, and I prepared a planning report. Quickly here, the planning report addressed relevant policies of the official plan, both the county official plan and the local official plan, as well as provincial planning statement, and then the lot creation policies that are found in section 5124 of the Planning Act. As you heard from your planner, the official plans recognize this area of the municipality for development. It's designated residential in the local official plan, which means that residential development shall occur. Of course, it has to be fully serviced, and there will be full municipal services. The bottom line, in my opinion, is this development does conform with both official plans, is consistent with the provincial planning statement, and again, follows the policies of the Planning Act for lot creation. You heard that there's some of the fine details still need to be worked out. And you also heard that there's a public meeting that was held over 3 years ago. Our team of consultants participated in that meeting, and we tried our best to address the questions that were asked. Mr. Mayor, that ends my presentation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Any other comments and support? Let's see, now we'll move on to comments in opposition of the proposed draft plan. Yeah, sir, yeah, go ahead. Just gonna ask you, introduce yourself. No, I know who you are, but others may not. All right.
Good evening, everyone. All right, is that good? Can you hear me? Just need my glasses and we're good to go. My name is Raymond Nevis. I live at 22961 Rougham Road in Mount Bridges. I've been there for 25 years. I was born and raised.
Could you speak into the mic, please?
Sure. Is that good? Better?
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Appreciate it.
No problem. You want me to start over? I'm Raymond Nevis, 22961 Rougham Road, Mount Bridges. I've been there 25 years. My neighbors, I'm probably the youngest one there. I was born and raised in Mount Bridges in Strathroy. I was actually born in Strathroy in 1983, in March.
Happy birthday.
Okay, so now someone laughed, so now I got your attention. So I know you're listening. I could not possibly have been born in 1983. All right, through the chair. We are here to address some key issues with the application that's set before you. We, as myself and several of my neighbors that live on Rougham Road. Over the last 30 days, the mayor and a couple of Ward 2 councillors have been kind enough to meet with us in order to streamline our concerns and have one speaker rather than 12 here wasting your time and saying the same thing over and over. So we hope you appreciate that. I drew the short straw, so that's why I'm here. Key points, A through I. We'll go over them one by one if that's possible. I'm a little nervous. I'm probably going to make myself look terrible here. That's okay. It's for the right cause. We wish to acknowledge, first of all, to the new council and the municipal staff that we are aware that none of you were present for any communication regarding this matter in the open house dated October 14th of 21. Therefore, we are hopeful you will make a common sense decision based on merits of our supporting arguments and not on the bias of your predecessors. It's right to look back and assess decisions made in the past. We must learn from them and move forward and not make the same mistakes again. Let's all work together, council, municipal staff, developers, and most of all, us, the neighbors who have to live there day in, day out. I think together we can make this work. We are not in any way, shape, or form trying to cancel this project or get in their way. We're only trying to mitigate things that we believe will be not beneficial to that area of Mount Bridges. A, currently there's 4 subdivisions proposed in Mount Bridges. It is the Burnett subdivision right across the road from this subdivision, and it's on the corner of Falcon Bridge and Adelaide Street. Ours is on the corner of Falcon Bridge and Adelaide Street, just so you can all kind of get a gist of it. The next one would be West Elborn and Park House Drive, Sifton property, the corner of, West El Park House, and Sifton on the corner of Park House and Rougham, and of course ours. Ours, by far, is the smallest piece of land, the least amount of units on it, and it is by far. None of the other proposals have been made, or at least have included more than 2 access points, and they all have plans for further expansion. This proposal that you see before you now is landlocked by all sides and can never, ever be expanded upon, ever. It is the size it is, it will grow no more. The location on Ruffin Road access point has been moved 20 feet further. According to them, it's east, you're saying southwest, but whatever. It's been moved about 20 feet so it doesn't come straight into the house, which happens to be mine, by the way. It is now moved 20 feet over. The problem was they moved it closer to the bush. So in doing so, they've made that intersection now, for lack of better terms, the in, the out, coming in and out of the subdivision, they've actually made that more dangerous, and in order to be, only because of the elevation. So we're going up, we're going down right where they've put it. So you're not gonna see anybody coming by your sight lines, either coming in or coming out. So it's gonna be a very dangerous place to put that exit. In doing so, if I can base it on something that I think you all might be aware of, and I'm sure you are. If you're all aware of the corner at Park House and Troops Road, it is very similar to that. Not as bad, of course. The speeds aren't as high, but is very, very similar to that by putting that there, if anywhere. The flow of traffic currently, the way they have it, A Street, Street A, goes straight from Adelaide to Ruffin Road. There is no curvature in it, nothing. That would be an absolute straight raceway through there, and that's for the subdivision. It has nothing to do with me, but we do have a way to combat that, and that's to force traffic to go through and go to either the Falcon Bridge exit or the Adelaide exit. The Burnett subdivision across the road has 2 access points, much larger than us. Those access points are in Adelaide and Falcon Bridge, just like ours. For some reason, they want another access point on Ruffin Road, and they also want an emergency exit, but we'll get to that. I believe it's called the official plan and boundary settlement. I believe we all went through this a year ago. Any of the farmers or anyone that had land that wanted it available for future expansion was allowed to bring that to council and ask that that land be included in the new official plan with the boundaries. On our side of Ruffin Road, which I will call, for lack of better terms, the west side, I'm not sure what everyone's calling it, but on our side of the road, between Falcon Bridge and Glendon Drive, there is no one that applied, none of the farmers, not one, applied to be part of that expansion for the new official plan and the new boundaries. With all that stuff in mind, my question, and my biggest question, is why would we spend millions of dollars to accelerate and upgrade a township, Ruffin Road, with streets, sidewalks, curbs, elevation changes, hydro pole movement, land expropriation, you know what I mean, and sewers that won't be used for a minimum of 25 years because those boundaries are going to be in existence for 25 years. So no one can build in its head. An access point at any spot on Ruffin Road would be responsible for both 2 reasons. First of all, for the taxpayer, I don't know why you would want that there and then have to upgrade a road all the way to Glendon Drive. It makes no sense to us. Now, as a bonus to that, for the developer, if he's listening, by closing that road access, we can actually give that developer back 2 lots. That's a lot of money. He's already sold 2 to Enbridge.
Just gonna put you on the 1-minute clock, okay, Ray?
Sorry.
Just got 1 more minute, okay? Just give you a bit of warning there.
Oh, okay. Sorry. All right. None of the new proposals have an emergency access point. Same argument as above. We believe the mandate for that was all the structure of the interior of the subdivision. So there's 40 units at that corner where the access point is and the emergency exit. I believe that's why they have it there. if the developer, the town, if we could all get together and we could take those 40 townhouse units and move them to the Adelaide entrance on Street A and line the street, we can move those single developments and bring them back to the corner. It would be almost identically the same amount of lots, money, financials, and we could take away the access point and the emergency, you would no longer need it, because the density of those 40 lots in the corners would no longer be there. They'd be at front where they should be at the access point of Adelaide and Falconbridge. Wow, hang on. Evergreen trees on the side, they go right down Ruffin Road. I believe they're part of the municipality property. I don't believe they should go. There are 2 homes on Adelaide Street on the entrance, just beside it. And they back onto the bush, so they would like a fence in the back, because there'll be people walking all over the place. Mailbox collection boxes, I don't even know if mailboxes are gonna be in there, they have to go into town. If they are, they should be inside the subdivision. And with, well, I'm not even able to touch this. There is subdivisions planned for them currently. We are one. I don't know where we're gonna get the wastewater management to come in, but I'm sure we have nowhere near the capacity at this point, nor in the future, to properly have wastewater management for four new subdivisions, and the current subdivisions in town are looking to expand.
Thanks, Ray. I
You're welcome. Yeah, that's
apologize
fine.
for that.
I apologize.
I didn't warn you had 5
No,
minutes, but it's
that's fine.
appreciated. Yep. Larry Allen, I believe you're next. Oh, there's Larry there. Nope. Don't see Larry. Nope.
All right, he is on the call, but not responding.
Okay, is that it?
Then Keith and Lori.
Keith and Lori, are you there?
Yep.
There you are. Now, I apologize in 5 minutes. I didn't
Oh,
warn Ray, so.
I just have 2 questions, maybe 3. We live at 22760 Adelaide Road. So basically, across from where Street A comes out to Adelaide Road. So right now, it looks like the road is coming to the Bell Building. We call it the Bell Building at our house, that's what we call it. Or the police parking spot, like either or. I just would wonder, this is probably for the developer, what plans are happening to mitigate the lights from the vehicles that will be turning off of Street A to turn into Mount Bridges? I know our house is not at the stop sign, but when every car turns, their lights are going to be shining across the whole, sorry, I'm nervous, I don't speak in front of a lot of people all the time. Their lights are going to be shining across the whole front of my house. So every time a car turns, we're gonna get those lights. I'm just wondering if there's a plan in place to mitigate that happening. I'm welcome to receive a follow-up email. It doesn't have to be answered right now, if that makes things quicker. I also want to echo what I heard the Raymond, thank you, say regarding the whole idea of Street A. We have big concerns that it will become a furrow through to get around the stoplight, especially if Ruffin Road is going to be upgraded and removed from tar and chip. I think that'll be faster, and you're going to have an increase of traffic going across. So I just wanted to voice that as a resident of the area. And I know that this plan is here, but I wanted to have a suggestion that I see in the Woods Edge subdivision, how you cannot get from, if you're coming into Mount Bridges on Glendon, you can't get directly through the subdivision from Glendon to Adelaide. I don't know if it's too late in the planning process. When we got this, we started chatting. Maybe there's a way to make it that you can get through, but it's not a direct path. I don't know if that's possible. Just wanted to, I'm sure they've thought of all of the things, but we just wanted to ask if that could be considered. I think that's all. I appreciate the time.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Anyone else, Brianna?
No one else registered, but there may be other members.
Anyone else wish to speak in opposition? Are there any comments and questions from members of council? Councillor Hippel.
Yes, actually, they're not questions, but through yourself. The first time I saw this, Street A just, I mean, all it said to me was danger. And knowing what traffic has been like on Rougham in the past, I don't know how many years, maybe not as long as Ray has been living there, but for many years, is atrocious on a good day, and people use that road anyways as a ring road, but any time there is any kind of construction going on Adelaide. So just seeing, like the last lady that just spoke, you know, I don't know if there is a way to do something like that where it's not a straight shot access, but I don't even like the access. Like I don't understand why we have 3 points. I like that it comes out on Falcon Bridge. Obviously it has to come out on Adelaide, but I don't understand why it is coming out on Rougham, and maybe the developer can talk to that. It just doesn't make sense to me, and it just says red flags all over that. So I wonder if maybe he wants to talk to that first.
Yeah. Is he still with us? It's just echo comes on Councillor Hippel's concern. I too am concerned about the access on the Rougham Road for a whole lot of reasons. I don't know if the other gentleman is.
Yes, Murray and Ron are still on the call.
Yeah, Ron, did you want to speak to the access off of Rougham?
Yeah, I think it's best if maybe at this time we just have Murray Davenport say a couple words on that if he's able. Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
The sanitary sewer on Adelaide Street will be extended to Street A, and then it slopes. It has gravity slope up to Rougham Road the way it stands right now. All of the other streets in the subdivision will drain to the sewage pumping station, and then that sewage will be pumped to the Street A. It's logical to have a street connection from Adelaide Road through to Rougham Road, and you've got Falcon Bridge as well, so there's 3 points of access into this subdivision that will take the traffic volumes over the years. Thanks.
Any other, Councillor Wilsey?
I just want to echo the comments about the access onto Rougham. With that being at the top of the hill, I've been out there, and the sightlines aren't great from where that road's coming out. I don't want to labor that too much, but if that road has to be there because that's where the sewage runs, then maybe just have it be like a hammerhead where we can access the sewer but no access to Rougham. I'd say the same for the townhouse development. I don't know that access out there. A lot of places where there's emergency access, people make it a regular access, so I think we just take that away if that's. Then the other part is for upgrading Rougham for the money that we're going to spend out of our DCs. We're in a deficit of DCs in a lot of different places, and I think we can spend those in a better place for the taxpayers than upgrading Rougham. The other 2 points are with Street B, where it comes out onto Falcon Bridge. I think the location I think is fine, but if we can do something, if we're doing something for headlights, I don't know what can be done on A where it comes out of Adelaide, but if we can look at the same sort of thing for the residents on Falcon Bridge, I think that would be appreciated. And the last question is, I'm looking at the Bell Canada easement, and it goes under Street A, plus about 6 different lots. I'm just wondering if maybe we could have the planner or the engineer speak to how we're building houses over top of an easement and where that will go. I guess that's my final one.
Yeah. Ron, I think that question is for you or Murray regarding the easement.
Yeah, I'm sorry, the microphone wasn't turned on. Maybe Murray heard that. I think the mic's turned away from that counselor.
Yeah.
I didn't hear a word.
So the paraphrase, the question was regarding the easement for going through the Bell project. That was paraphrasing, correct, Greg? You asked about the easement going through houses.
The easements?
Yep.
He was talking about the bell.
Go
Are you
ahead.
talking about the gas easements or
Yeah,
the
go ahead,
Bell
Greg.
Canada easement?
No, there is a Bell Canada easement that runs right through about 6 residential lots and then exits on Street A. I'm just wondering how we can, and that might be to you or to maybe our planner. Whenever we've done things before, we haven't been able to build houses over easements. So I'm just wondering how that's possible here or what we're doing to get around that.
The Bell Canada easement will be relocated along Street A to connect from Adelaide Road to Ruffin Road. At the developer's expense, of course.
Any other questions?
If you talk about the easements for Enbridge, the pipes have been removed from the ground as part of the rebuilding their pumping station. And the easements were just released in either December or January this past year. So the Enbridge easements that affect the development have been removed.
Councilor Derbyshire.
Thank you. I guess just through you to, I would say our building and planning probably, the emergency exits that we're using for the fire department, will it be gated so that they can unlock it and then access it so that it's not accessible all the time? It's only needed when the emergency vehicles need it?
Through the mayor, that's correct. And in this particular case, we're not even really dealing with this emergency exit, as that would be something we deal with at site plan, so that won't be on the plan in the end. It was just showing what might possibly happen, but based on what we're hearing tonight, and knowing that there are 2 access points onto Street A, it may not even be necessary, but we're going to need to have some conversations with the developer about how we're handling Ruffin Road in general, based on the conversation. So there'll be some things to work out on both of those fronts.
One more follow-up, Councilor Derbyshire.
Thank you. And then my other one was for the exit onto Ruffin Road. Could it not just be left as a blank space for future consideration of a road when the other side develops to where we might need it? So the access would still be there if your plan was to, continue on and down and across and have an intersection that possibly goes into the next section in the next 50 years, if that's where we're looking down to. But at this point, an access might not be needed. Or could it not move down into lot 14 and 13, closer down to the pumping station where it's on a flat level place coming out? And then you wouldn't have the direct traffic straight through the intersection, if there is a need for a third exit.
Okay. Any other questions from members of council? Councilor Hippel,
That emergency exit will be subject to site plan approval at such time as block 10 is redeveloped, or 110.
Councilor Hippel.
Okay, just a quick one. So moving forward, and I think this is a site plan issue too, but they did bring it up. And I had also spoken to a couple of people about this, but the people that have their backyards that back on to this, that are already on Adelaide Road, in the past, we have, the developers have put up fences for them. I'm hoping that that would be something, I'm pretty sure that's site plan, but at the same time, I would really like to reiterate that that would be an important piece of the puzzle there. So, just throwing that out there for the site plan chats.
Okay, and I just have one question. There's one word that scared me, Mr. Williams, in the report. That was the word infiltration when it came to drainage. I mean, is it, tell me if I'm wrong, given our experience up in Collins Way, South Grove with infiltration and the water table in Mount Bridges, is infiltration the most appropriate type of stormwater management for that area?
It's something that engineering staff are not supportive of, and it's one of the items from the most recent plans that we need to still continue to work with the developer's engineer to come up with a method of handling water. We understand that there's a lot of sand here, but it's not, it's you know, still freezes, so we have to keep that in mind.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Seeing none, motion to close the public meeting. Councilor Brennan, second by the Deputy Mayor. All in favor? Carried. Motion that report BBP-2025-19 regarding draft plan of subdivision 39T-SC 2101 and ZBA 15-2021 be received for information. Motion to Councilor Kennis, second by Deputy Mayor. All in favor? Carried. Thank you, Tim. Approval of minutes. There are 3 minutes in front of you this evening for approval. Someone make a motion to approve the minutes. Deputy Mayor, second by Councilor Brennan. Any questions regarding the minutes? Seeing none, all in favor? Carried. Consent agenda. This is the first evening we're using the consent agenda as our new procedure policy. There are 6 items in front of you. Anyone wish to remove any of those from the consent agenda for discussion? None. Motion that the items on the consent agenda be approved. I'm sorry, be received for information. Oh, I'm sorry, adopted as recommended. We'll get the verbiage right. Deputy Mayor, second by Councilor Kennis. All in favor? Carried. Okay, we good? Okay, we're gonna make a motion to open the quarter revision, then we're gonna turn it to the clerk for something. Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. This evening, we're just looking for a motion to formally appoint members to the Court of Revision this evening. The recommendation is that the Council of the Corporation of the Municipality of Strathroy-Caradoc hereby appoints the following members to sit on the Court of Revision for the 4th concession during 2025. Strathroy-Caradoc Mayor Colin Grantham. You wish to recommend?
Yes. And I'll recommend Deputy Mayor Mike McGuire.
Deputy Mayor Mike McGuire, in addition to Southwest Middlesex Councillor and appointee Mark McGill.
Okay, so we need someone to make that motion. Councilor Brennan, second by Councilor Kennis. All in favor? Carried. Now a motion to open the quarter revision, then we'll get Greg to motion to open it first. Deputy Mayor, second by Councilor Kennis. All in favor? Carried. Okay. Councilor Wilsey, you can go to the gallery. Thank you. Are there any appeals to the drain? Okay, seeing none. Are there any questions from council regarding the drain? Oh, you know what, sorry, do you have a presentation first? It's not on the agenda, so.
No, thank you, I was just becoming available.
Okay, there you go, I saw you moving there. Any questions? Seeing none. The motion, the report EPW 2025-12 4th concession drain 2025 quarter revision be received for information. And further, subject to any appeals, provisional bylaw number 09-25 be referred to the consideration of bylaws section of the agenda for 3rd and final reading. Look for the 2 members to bring a motion. Deputy Mayor, second by Guest McGill. Any questions? Seeing none, all in favor? Carried. Motion that the quarter revision be hereby closed. Deputy Mayor, second by Mr. McGill. All in favor? Carried. Mark, that is the shortest term on Strathroy-Caradoc Council we have ever seen. We welcome you for your service.
That's good.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mark.
I'll stick around for a little while back.
No problem. We'll figure that out. Hope you enjoy your hiatus, Greg. Notice of motion, Councillor Derbyshire, your first motion.
My first motion is to reduce the number of council members on a committee or board to 2 unless otherwise mandated by the province, i.e. Police Service Board, Committee of Adjustment, and also that the deputy mayor and mayor be removed as ex officio. And making the deputy mayor be removed as ex officio, making the mayor ex officio on any board or committee, but not to have any voting power. That's a mouthful, but
You got it out. Seconder for your motion. Councillor Wilsey. Any discussion or questions? Councillor Pelkman.
Yeah, I guess I would just say I don't agree with this. I think that the public usually wants to speak to the mayor, and they want the mayor to be abreast on most situations. And I think the deputy mayor is ex officio in case the mayor can't make it. So I would just be opposed to this motion.
Yep, did you ever, Councillor Derbyshire?
no, I was just going to explain where my thought process was on there, and it's not that I mind the deputy mayor or the mayor being on the boards. I think when you are ex officio and you have the ability to vote, and you sit on every board or council, we then have the idea that this can be skewed in a way that if they show up and vote on an issue, but have not sat through the background to find out what it is, we end up with them just being a vote to move things forward. And with the number of people sitting on the board, where I find it hard is when 4 people are on a board and then we come back to council and they only need 1 more person to put it through. Like that just, to me, then you might as well have 5 on there and be making decisions. Because you're essentially doing that with 4 people, you just need 1 more vote. So, but we can keep doing it the way we've done it. I mean, if you look at a board like CDAC, you have the population outnumbering the council. On a lot of boards before this term, you had public people outnumbering the council people. So I think with some of the things we've done and created, we've put more of ourselves on and less of the actual public. But you know, it's up to you guys.
Okay. Any other questions? Councillor Hippel.
Through yourself, maybe instead of removing people, maybe you're right, maybe adding more, depending on what the board is, because there's a lot of boards and there's a lot of committees. Maybe adding more public voice is the important part of this, not perhaps removing council, but maybe the voice of the public is the part that we should be focusing on. But that's just my thought.
Other comments? Go ahead, Councillor Derbyshire.
Sorry, I would agree with that. And I guess I wouldn't be opposed to going to 3 council members on boards. When you're already almost at the majority of council sitting on a board or a committee, it's very hard to say that whatever's getting put forward isn't going to be voted. I know we're supposed to switch hats and become different council here and a board member there, but I mean, if 4 of you are making up the board that's making the decision to put forward to council, I can't believe that then you come here and completely change your mind as to what you just put forward to council. So to me, even 3 people would mean you have to get a few more people to vote with you.
Okay. Councillor Pammer.
I hear what you're saying, Councillor Derbyshire, but isn't the whole point of having council members on the board so that they have a deeper understanding of the issues and what's happening and then what's being brought forth to council? So that's kind of a good thing, because then you have 2 or 3 members always that have more in-depth knowledge. So like for CDAC, for example, because I'm on that one, when we then bring items here, you at least have, the idea is that you have councillors who have a deeper understanding because they've went through the process. It's not so that you can easily pass a vote. It's so you have more information and more people informed without all of us being on everything. So I guess I'm just having difficulty seeing where the problem is that you're insinuating that then we can push things through. I feel like Is that your concern?
Go ahead.
Are there 3 or 4 of you on CDAC?
Steve, 3? Thank you.
Okay, so
So I was saying 3.
Councillor Pammer, Steve Pelkman, and Greg Wilsey.
So there's 3 of us.
yeah,
Your ex officio.
so I do well, there's 5, I don't even know if we could do that, because then you have quorum. So that might be something you have to look at to begin with, but if you look at who was appointed, you only have 3 appointed. And I said I'm fine with that. Once you hit 4, we begin to get to a point where we're almost quorum going forward. Like you're not, I thought committees and boards were yes for our knowledge, but also for public to have to be on them, have their opinions heard and this and that. Then it was for some of us to come back and say, normally the director actually brings a report forward and said it's been passed through CDAC, right? Some of the boards we've created lately have 4 people on them. Which to me are boards that then you only need 1 more person to put through what your agenda is. And I know, like I said, everybody says you're supposed to take your hat off and put it back on, but why you would ever put something forward to council that you didn't believe in as a board member, and then to say, oh, I might turn it down at council is, I guess it's hard for me to believe, but maybe it's true.
Anyone else? Councillor Wilsey.
My thought on this is close to where we look at the numbers and we hear about all the councillors and talking about how many meetings we have and how many things we have to go to. So this is a way to reduce the number of meetings that a councillor needs to go to just to lighten the workload. I don't believe we need 4 councillors on the boards. But if you look forward to that, when we do get 4 councillors on that, the councillors even a lot of time are able to outvote the public. So the public say doesn't even really come up. One of the things that I do like about having less councillors is that when a motion from a board comes on, we'd get more debate at council. And maybe that can happen at a different meeting that's not at this council table, but somewhere else where we get a proposal from a board. If there's 4 members who are already in agreement of it, then there's not likely going to be a lot of debate and a lot of questions. It's just going to be passed. And then there's no debate and there's no chance for council to review what the board did, just to make sure it's in the best interest, because that board is only looking at that board. It's siloed, like the Community Services Board, CDAC, it's, the people outnumber it, but we don't have the information on what planning is doing or what Public Works is doing unless the director brings it. So if we're only going to look at one thing and focus on one thing and have 4 councillors say, yes, we're going to do this and it's going to go ahead, but we're missing all the other information and the debate, I think we're doing a disservice to ourselves. That's why I like this motion. I also like the comment that Councillor Pelkman made about the mayor and the deputy mayor needing to be informed. We're not taking that away. We just want them to be able to be present at the meetings, but by not having their voting, they're not able to sway something if they haven't been there for all the background, because some of these things can be 4 or 5 meetings long in discussion before they get to a vote or a final thing. So we're just hoping to get more discussion from the public, have more thought, and then maybe some more debate at council rather than just moving things through.
Councillor Brennan, then Councillor Hippel, then.
It's not necessarily a true statement that all councillors are going to vote the same way at a committee meeting. And you could have 4 members and 2 vote one way and 2 vote the other way, and members of the public have the swaying vote. So I'll be voting against this motion. I think having several councillors on, it gives us an opportunity to hear what the different opinions might be on council before it comes to a council meeting. So I see no reason to make a change.
Councillor Hippel.
I don't, actually, I'm trying to really quickly go through my head which boards and committees have how many councillors on them and how many public on them. I don't know. I just feel like I need to sit down and I think there's probably some that we need more voice from the public. So I'd rather just kind of look at that first before I would even agree or disagree to this. I would like to look at each committee and perhaps if the committee is something that we're going to continue, and if the boards are something we're going to continue, then perhaps we should look at increasing the voice of the public, as opposed to removing, council members, but that's, honestly, that's just my thought, because in my head, I can't count how many and who is on what at this moment.
Okay, one more, Councillor Hippel, and, sorry, Councillor Wilsey, I apologize.
As a question to council then, would council be more comfortable if we were to change this from limiting it to 2 councillors to having a review of the boards and the mix of the councillors to the public, which can be done at a later date, hopefully in the next, before this term of council's done? Yeah, I'll
You want to make a friendly amendment? You
Yeah.
talk to Councillor.
I'll ask councillor if he's willing to make that amendment, and I seconded it, so.
Yep. Okay, so we have a second just to review it before the end of the term of council. Seems like an equitable solution. All in favor? Opposed, if any? 1, 2, 3. How are you, Councillor Hippel?
4.
4, so motion carried. Councillor Derbyshire, your
All
second motion.
My second motion is 3 parts. First part is to have it does say Mr. Ortiz, but I'll just use the engineering department produced the RFP that was sent out to the 3 engineering firms that described what was done, what we were asking for in qualifying the work down at the Mount Bridges wastewater plant. And then instruct the engineering group to produce the same to the group they are working with, the POW group, as it has been requested. And third, that the engineering department bring back a report to council, immediately updating us on the process. And it's supposed to be work with the process and the work with the POW group and landowners in the agreements as instructed by the motion dated November 18th.
Okay, you have a seconder. Councillor Wilsey.
I'll second it because I have a question.
Okay.
My question on this one, Councillor Derbyshire, is this not covered by some of the other motions we have tonight? Or do you want to continue with this one? I'm not sure where we're going to get with this one, but it feels like this is very similar to some of the ones we've got later. And I know it's sat here for a month, so that's a good part of it.
Yeah, it could very well be. I mean, I guess an update on the report of where we're kind of at, especially with the agreement part, which was part of the motion. I don't know where we are anywhere with that. You know, and if you don't want to see the RFP for the work that's being done, then yeah, we can. Whatever. What are you thinking? Throw it out there.
I'm wondering if this could possibly be addressed by a quick update by the director who's in the room, if he's prepared. I know the motion's been there. Maybe that would be easier than passing the motion through, if Director Ortiz is agreeable to that.
We have a motion, so we have to go do it through a motion, so we have a
Okay.
second motion in front of us, so are there any questions regarding the motion? Deputy Mayor.
Is it proper to be releasing an RFP?
I'm going to turn to the CAO for some advice. I have an answer. Is it proper to release an RFP? Question from the Deputy Mayor.
Well, it's a response to the RFP.
Right.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I wouldn't have a problem if we released the RFP, but not the results. The results are proprietary to the people who've submitted those bids.
Yep, thank you. Any further questions? Yep, Councilor Derbyshire.
I think I just asked for the RFPs, did I not?
Yeah.
That was sent out to the 3 firms, not for the response back from the firms. I was just looking for what we put out, like to understand what we asked for. And I know I've been told to read what the single person's response was back to us, but what they put back doesn't describe what we asked for. Or I don't know if it does, because we didn't see it, so.
Any other questions? Okay, seeing none, I'll call for the vote. All in favor of the motion? Opposed? Carried. Councillor Derbyshire, your third motion. Defeated, that's what I said, I thought.
No,
Did I say?
you said carried. To clarify.
Carried
it
to
was
be defeated, yes, I'm sorry. That's about the third time I got caught in that one, so. Carried, opposed.
Okay, so this one here, did have more to it in the reading of it. But I see tonight it's just down to, number one, when will the municipality Class C, or Schedule C, Class EA start for the Mount Bridges wastewater? Commencing, considering, or following, will it be prior to tendering and commencing of wastewater treatment plant, headworks and extended aeration, after we get the headworks and extended aeration has been sent for tender? After the third-party review of council's acceptance and recommendations regarding the SEMA Plus review of the wastewater. And do we have the conditions for it?
Seconder for your motion. Okay. Don't see any seconder, Councillor Derbyshire.
That's okay.
Okay,
It doesn't matter.
next one.
It's going down. That we changed the fire inspected program from proactive to on a need for service basis. That we would only do fire inspections as requested, not as a proactive program that we decide what blocks we're going into. I didn't have my thing on, but.
Okay, do you have a seconder? Councillor Wilsey, any questions or comments? Councillor Palmer?
Yeah, I just have a question that I'm hoping someone, the chief, could answer for me. What is best practices when it comes to fire inspection programs across the province? I have no idea, so I would just be interested to know what is the sort of guideline that you follow? Is there anything under an act here that we would have to follow, and what, if you could just give me a little bit of overview on that?
Deputy Chief Beasley.
Yes, through the chair to Councillor Palmer. The Ontario Fire Marshal has their three lines of defence as they describe it, and that's public fire safety education, fire standards, fire safety standards and enforcement, and then last thing that follows that up is the suppression piece. So the public education and the prevention and standards enforcement are the top two tiers of that program. So as such, the majority of fire departments really focus in on the prevention piece. As I say, the old saying is an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. So if we can come across these issues, potential situations before they become something much larger, then surely it's a much better way of doing business.
Any other? Councillor Kennis and Councillor Hippel.
Just a comment, I don't think as general public are educated enough in fire protection and prevention that they can self-police themselves. So I think it's important that we be proactive in carrying out inspections.
I'm gonna, I'll let Councillor, you had your hand up, then we'll go back.
Go ahead.
Okay.
No, it's okay.
Go ahead, Bo.
So I would say, I would agree with you, maybe they aren't in policing themselves, but as part of the building code, and to get a building permit and to move forward, you have to pass the fire side of it. So these buildings have all been approved by our people. At this point, does it cost us more to not do this? Like, what is the municipality's responsibility in this? And if we begin to do this and stuff happens, is there any liability on our part for going in and doing a proactive thing and then something happening? Like at some point it should come down to them and their insurance company, and if their insurance company says every 3 years you need an inspection, then we go in and do it. At this point, when we proactively inspect and don't, and then codes aren't put up to the exact standard that we express, you either have to shut the building down or it has to be somewhat put back up to code. But if it's found that it's not up to code and we went and we said, okay, go back in there anyways, are we opening ourselves up? Whereas we already approved it through the building process, why are we going back in and doing anything else? Like, unless we're asked to come back in and help the company out.
Yeah, sorry, Councillor Hippel. You go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Go ahead, CEO.
With respect to the chief, some of you know what my background is. First of all, the building inspections and approvals are generally a one-time event, unless there's a renovation or something to the building, addition to the building. Fire inspections happen on a periodic basis, and you know, at the end of the day, it's about keeping your assets on your community safe and ensuring that your neighbors are also operating in a safe way and keeping their building safe to protect the assets that you have in your building. So you want to keep people in business, and that's part of what the fire inspection program does. Make sure that it's safe for everyone. And the code is the code. We can only enforce to the code. And I'm not suggesting that it's our practice to shut people down. I don't think that's the purpose of it. It's to work with people to get to the solution that makes their building fire safe, and it's safe for not only our firefighters, but the people that use the building, the customers that go into those buildings, and the employees that work in those buildings. So I think there's a three-pronged safety approach. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hippel.
Okay, thank you. One of the things that we, all of us, have always talked about is that we're not proactive, or we haven't been proactive in certain situations and certain things that we've been doing back in the day. I mean, it always comes up that we haven't been, or we're not doing it, and we're just like band-aiding solutions. We can't band-aid. Not when it comes to fire safety, not when it comes to lives, not when it comes to, we've got industrial areas, we've got tons of businesses. We've got businesses that are all attached downtown Strathroy. I mean, like just one goes up, the other one, you know, we've got hospital and long-term care facilities, but it's not even that. It's a couple. I can't remember who it was. I've talked to several firefighters in each of the stations, and one of them said to me that, and they're not an FPO, they're not a fire prevention officer, but they had said they had gone in and they got a thank you afterwards because they went in, the FPO went in and said, okay, you need to do this, this, and this, or, you know, you are gonna have some problems. And sure enough, they did this, this, and this, and everything passed. And if not, maybe a month or so down the road, something happened, and what could have been very, very bad actually turned out to be a really good scenario, a very positive scenario. They knew what to do. They had all the things done properly because of the FBO being in there and the inspection being done. And they actually thanked the fire department for that. And so I think that it's just not, I just don't think it's a really good way to run things in a municipality. I think proactivity is, I mean, for everything, I think it's a great thing. But for fire, I think it's just a necessity for safety of lives.
Any other, we'll go to Councillor Pelkman, Councillor Derbyshire, then we'll go back to you.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. You know, I lived for quite a while close to the industrial subdivision, and thought at one point that someone had driven into the house next door to me because there was an explosion at one of the plants close by. And so, you know, there's definitely a safety hazard that we need to be aware of. Certainly for our firefighters, there needs to be some awareness about what could potentially be in that building. But I think the most important part is just recognizing human nature. And, you know, we get an inspection every year, and I know we're gonna get an inspection every year. And yet, you know, there's always, you know, maybe a box or two piled on top of a cupboard that are blocking a sprinkler head, and because it's easy to do. And, you know, as a business, people try to be efficient and may break the code, not necessarily on purpose, but because it's a more efficient way of doing things. You could have new people put into place that might not be aware of an inspection that had taken place 10 years earlier that had identified a certain issue, and they go back to that way because that's just an easier way and more efficient way to do it. And it probably not malicious, just by way of human nature. I think it's important to always have the ability to inspect if need be, and I wouldn't want to take that away.
Thank you. Councillor Derbyshire, then Councillor Wilson. You had your hand up, so.
Thank you. So I just want to go back to when we talk about we have this industrial, we have all these townhouses, we have this. We don't own them. We own this place. We own arenas. We own municipal buildings. Private business owns everything else. So if their insurance company says to them, you need an inspection every so many years, your Seasons building isn't inspected by us by law. It's their choice to have an annual inspection because they deal with a vulnerable sector.
No.
Oh, it's because we demand it?
It's because it's in the legislation. It's a vulnerable occupancy.
A vulnerable occupancy, which is run by the government, forces you to do that. Do they force everybody in town to have an inspection? Like, we are choosing to be proactive, not on our own stuff, on other people's private property. That's what we're choosing to be proactive on. So to keep saying this is, you know, in the best interest of this, that, they pay their insurance. If their insurance company thinks it's in their best interest to have an inspection every year, then let their insurance dictate that, not us. We should be an on-call basis and work with vulnerable sectors and whatever other government programs mandate it. But otherwise, you're actually just pushing your way into people's private lives to create jobs.
Okay, well, last one. Deputy Mayor, you haven't gone, then we'll bring the vote, okay?
Thank you. Just another perspective to all of this. I see a bunch of our captains and I think Deputy Chief, maybe a chief back there. Certainly Chief Beasley's with us, but I do see a number of red shirts. The men and women of the fire service have the right to be safe when they go out, and a lot of that could come from, for whatever reason, they're in a building, they drive by a building, they just want to know what's in one of the industrial buildings, because they're going to get called to that building, and without knowing what's in it or how to attack a fire, that puts their lives at risk, and that's not acceptable. So I understand what Councillor Derbyshire is saying, and I mean, I understand it, I can appreciate it, but there's more to it. You live in a community. Your house burning or your building burning may burn the person beside you. That's not fair. The men and women of the fire service have a responsibility to attend when that bell goes and all the sirens come on and they're racing to a scene. They want to know what's in the building. They want to know how to attack the building. And without that, we shouldn't be expecting them to go in and save lives and save property. So I commend them when they go out and do proactive. Responsive enforcement, quite simply, in my view, doesn't work. And I do come from that little bit of a world. Proactively, they could be in one of the restaurants and look over and say, that doesn't look good. That hood doesn't look good. I think we need to get a hold of our FPO and have a look at that. If I'm in there eating the next day and there's a fire, I'll be damn glad that they did that. Pardon me. So I'll just leave it there. There's more to it than just individuals.
Okay. I think everyone's had a turn to speak. I'm just going to say I reiterate the Deputy Mayor's comments about the men and women of the fire department. So you have a seconded motion in front of you. All in favor of the motion? Opposed? Motion is defeated.
Wasting public money.
Next one, Councillor Derbyshire, 9.5.
Thanks. I'll probably just get the clerk to read this one out.
How about doing this, Councilor Derbyshire? Read the recommendation, because I think everyone can read the, everything else, right?
Sure. All right, so in a nutshell, it is to stop everything else we're doing with the exception of, to stop whatever we're doing with the exception of obviously the emergency repair to the broken RVC and commence a Schedule C EA like we voted on back on July 12th or whatever day it was in July. That's it in a nutshell. I do break it down and tell you a bunch of things, but if you didn't read it, then, I mean, it doesn't matter whether I say it to you now. Essentially, we all voted for a Schedule C EA. Every one of us voted for that. I'm just asking for it to be done, put forward and done so that we can understand whether we have the ability to expand on this place and to be there. Once we have that knowledge, then if you want to switch to open aeration and we can stay there, then we might as well be building an expansion there as opposed to spending 11 million to get to 825, which is what we are supposed to already have. Now I know they're going to tell you we have to be compliant, we're going to get fined by the ministry, this is going to happen, that's going to happen. 7 years already, not one fine, not one written warning, nothing. So if in the next 2 years we're going to get fined and carried on with, I find that very hard to believe in the way that for the first 7, nothing's happened. It's been the same system. It's probably actually been a worse system at some point, as it's been even more broken. But the bottom line here is if we don't start this EA to see if we're going to be here, we are going to spend a whole lot more tax dollars down there before we ever know if this is the place that we can bank on for the next 100 years. And that's the decision we're making down here. I mean, this was a quick fix solution for a problem in a little village. What we're doing here now as council is going to decide whether we're there for the next 50 or 100 years moving forward. So this is where we should find out whether this is the place before we dump tens of millions of dollars into this. So again, what I would ask is that the EA is every other motion that we have going forward with the exception of the emergency fix is put on hold until the Schedule C EA is done.
So I guess the motion would be immediate initiation of Schedule C environmental assessment for Mount Bridges WWTF capacity expansion. Is that correct?
There you go.
Councillor? Yeah. Do you have a seconder? Councillor Wilsey.
I do.
Go ahead.
There was a second part of that though.
Okay.
Do we want to vote it separately to pause the other ones? Have that as 2 motions? Or break that apart and we'll do this one first?
Whatever you want to do.
All right, let's do it that way.
Okay. So we're voting on the one immediate initiation of the class C, correct? That's what we're voting on? Any questions or comments? Councillor Brennan.
Just process then. So we have a notice of motion in front of us that would we prepared to vote on. And now the mover and the seconder are proposing that we split it in 2 pieces. Does that happen because the 2 of them say that, or do we have to vote to accept that proposal? Because I came here tonight to vote on the motion that was put in front of us. So I'd just like to ask the question, should we be voting this in its entirety? And if we are to break it into different pieces, does that have to pass a vote of council to break it into different pieces?
I'm sitting here thinking and I'm looking over at the clerk. Because it does read as 2 separate motions to me. Councillor, it does read as 2 separate motions. By adopting this motion, yeah. Councillor Derbyshire, could you make this one motion? Because there are 2 there, so if you could make it making one motion that will.
I don't see two.
We don't see two motions, sorry. I don't see
You don't have to
that.
put it up, you don't have to put it up, because that's not what Councillor Pammer and I see at all. We see one, we see start the Class C EA.
I only see one also.
That's all we see.
Yeah, so as,
Am I missing it? Or?
when we read through eScribe, it only shows to start the immediate initiation. The second half of the motion was not listed properly in eScribe, so it doesn't have that second part of the motion there. So we actually have just listed the motion. And my question was just to add the part that was missing, but let's go forward with the motion that's on the minutes.
So
And then the other one was missing.
all the whereas and therefore, that's just the preamble to the actual motion, correct? So that's just the preamble, the rationale from Councillor Derbyshire. So I make it to be there's actually just the one motion, Councillor, which is immediate initiation of schedule C environmental assessment. So it would be under the recommendation. So the recommendation to me is the summary in light of the recent, and then the actual motion is the one, immediate initiation of the Schedule C environmental assessment. I take that to be, and I did have my microphone on, so I said a whole lot of stuff. Go ahead.
And yet, then I see, after that, I see number 2, suspend all activities related to current erosion plan, provide council detailed timeline, ensure that any interim measures are implemented. Like, I see, under the operative clause, I see 1, 2, 3, 4 different items here.
Okay, I apologize, am I reading this?
I mean, I'm trying to figure out what we're voting on.
So.
If you look at the right-hand column, you got the motion. You over here. How do you get to that?
Right, but they're there for, right, but
You go into the site, I'm on like the.
Yeah.
You're in the wrong.
Okay.
You're not even in the right thing.
Councillor, I tell you what, we're gonna take a 2-minute recess, just while the clerk and I figure this out, okay? Because it does, yes. So we have a 2-minute recess, let's say be back at 7:25.
I know.
Figure this
But
out.
the motion we read is only what's on the right-hand side there.
But
Okay, all right, we're back, so.
So recognizing the notice of motion put forward by Councillor Derbyshire, the operative clause was therefore be it resolved that the Council of the Municipality of Strathroy-Caradoc hereby directs staff to, clause number 1, and regarding the question, these may be divided and the chair may make that decision, so we'll go ahead with dividing them. Divided upon the request of a member, which has occurred. So clause number 1, that Council directs staff to immediately initiate the Schedule C environmental assessment process for the Mount Bridges wastewater treatment facility capacity expansion, ensuring compliance with all regulatory requirements and incorporating the findings of the recent master servicing plan.
Okay, Councillor Derbyshire, your motion?
Yep.
Seconder, Councillor Wilsey. Are there any questions? Councillor Brennan, then Councillor Pelkman.
I'd like to ask a question through the chair to the director about the current status of the Schedule C environmental assessment process. Could you outline to me what, if anything, has been done and what the schedule of getting this completed was going to be before this motion? Thank you.
Director Ortiz.
Thank you, Chair. Through the chair to, I'm going to say council. We are in the process of preparing an RFP for the EA. We are moving forward as quickly as resourcing and staff allow. And I believe I provided an update in the last council report in February, I want to say. Hoping to get it issued and started Q3 of this year. And there's nothing stopping us. I have no problem with the initial motion on number one. That's the full intent of what staff is doing.
Councillor Wilsey.
Just point of clarification on the director's comment. Was is it Q3 or Q2 you're looking at getting the RFP started? Because Q3 is 6 months off.
I get my numbers confused sometimes, Councillor. We're looking to get started Q2. Yes, Q2.
Any other questions? Councillor Canis.
So, if we're doing this, what's the purpose of this motion?
Okay.
Is that to me?
I think, was that a rhetorical or were you asking the question?
Well,
yeah.
We're spending a lot of time talking about something that's already happening and arguing over it, so I don't understand.
Yeah, Councillor Derbyshire.
So my motion is because this was passed over 6 months ago now. We don't see it. If you actually look farther, what I would like to know is why are we waiting until we put out the RFP to move to extended aeration? Why have we not started the EA, Schedule C and the EA process right now as council had motioned? That doesn't mean you still can't work on your design and move forward with what you're doing otherwise. But why has this process not started? It was motioned to start by council back in July. We were told we needed to wait until the new director arrived. Then I got told, give him another month to get his seat underneath him. And then all I've heard from there on forward is we're working on the RFP. We're getting the RFP going. It's going to be put out. We're working on it. We're working on it. I've asked numerous times, are we doing it before we move to open aeration or after? And he wants to say in conjunction with, which means if we're doing that, we're going to look at switching this plant to open aeration before we determine whether we can be there longer than 825. So to sink $11 million into this, if we do the EA and it says you can't be here, then why would we dump $11 million into a place that we can't expand on and there's no future in it? We might as well keep that $11 million for the big move when we have to spend upwards of $50 million on a new plant somewhere else. That's all I'm trying to prevent us is from going down a road that we as council say, because it was voted in, here's what I'm told by the director, was voted in by the previous council to move forward with open aeration. That's the previous council, not ours. So this is why this motion, everything keeps moving to open aeration at the rate it's going because the previous council made the motion to do that. He said, if you want me to stop that, then you as council have to motion for that to stop. So that's why this is here.
Any other questions, comments?
Just a comment, but we're still in this motion. The response I got drifts into the other motion. So again, just we're being asked to vote on something that is happening, and so yeah.
Let's vote on this because we have Councillor Hippel.
So quick question. So the first motion that we're voting on is something that's going on. So if people voted against this, it doesn't mean it's going to stop him from doing it because he's doing it because the director's doing it anyways. but if we vote for it, it doesn't change anything anyways. Is that correct?
Yeah. I'm not sure. Director Ortiz.
Through the chair to council, again, I fully support motion number 1 that's on the table, and I can confirm that we are going ahead and proceeding with that, whether this motion passes tonight or not.
But Director Ortiz is saying he's already started, so it's a moot point. You're just, by saying this, you're just confirming what he's already doing. So that's why he's in support of it. He's like, I'm already doing it, folks, so that this motion is moot.
So with the motion, would you like to withdraw the motion since it seems sort of moot at this point?
Or just voted in.
Just voted in. Okay, so we've got it there. All in favor of the motion? Sorry, Councillor.
I just want to comment here that you know, we're trying to make a mountain out of a molehill, so to speak here, and the director is doing what was asked of him, and this motion would sort of indicate that he wasn't, and that we're like scolding him and saying, no, you have to do this because you haven't done this, and he is doing it. So I agree. I think we look foolish if we don't vote yes for this, even though in my heart I'd rather not, because it's just yeah, crazy. But anyway, I've made my point.
All right, let's bring the vote. All in favor of the motion? Opposed, if any? Carried. Second motion, Councillor Derbyshire. That one was carried.
Would you like me to read this?
Sure.
Sure. Therefore, be it resolved that the Council of the Municipality of Strathroy-Caradoc hereby directs staff to suspend all activities related to the current conversion plan of the Mount Bridges wastewater treatment facility to an extended aeration system until the EA is completed and its recommendations are reviewed by Council.
Seconder for the motion. I'm going to assume you're bringing the motion, Councillor, so looking for a seconder. Councillor Wilsey, are there any questions or comments? Councillor Palmer.
To the director, what is the timeline for, you mentioned that we're going to get the, you got an RFP and then we'll have to get those in. So just wondering what the timeline is here before the EA is completed and the recommendations come to council.
Okay. Director Ortiz.
Through the chair to Councillor Palmer. Thank you for that. Yes, so the part of the challenge with starting this EA is the full scope of it. It's a comprehensive study. I don't want to make any issue or minimize the magnitude. It's going to be a comprehensive study. We're looking at the future of wastewater servicing in Mount Bridges. We will be looking at various options, including expanding at the facility, expanding off-site at a different facility, and pumping to the Strathroy wastewater plant, as outlined in the original master plan. A project of this nature is, I imagine, I would not think it would be finished within 2 years, or much before 2 years. So we're looking at a 2-year horizon. And I could see it going longer, to be honest, with the extensive studies that would be required. That said, the timing of the design for the extended air will be done much sooner than that. We are approaching completion, tender-ready design on that, and around Q2 of this year, we will be in a position where, if council chooses, that council could go ahead with tendering that project. That has been the trajectory to date. If council decides to change that trajectory, it would be a pretty big change from the messaging that we have so far sent to the Ministry of the Environment. And in light of that plant not being in compliance, there could be some risk to that.
Thank you, Director. Councillor Wilsey.
My biggest thought about this is that looking forward is more with the water and wastewater rates. It's not necessarily with what technology we use at the plant. No matter if we change it to extended aeration or if we change with RBCs, we're still gonna be at 825 cubic meters per day. Based on our latest water and wastewater plan, we needed to be at 2,400 with the current settlement boundary, and if that expands with some of the numbers we've got from other consultants and different plans before, we need to be 3,000 to 4,000 in Mount Bridget. Spending most of what we have and then going into debt in our wastewater reserve to maintain the same capacity without knowing if we can expand that site in the future, I do not think seems like a good use of taxpayer dollars. That's my main point that I'm looking at here. I don't care what solution I don't care if it's RBCs, I don't care if it's extended aeration, whatever solution works and is operational for that site. However, if we're looking at a budget of $11 million that was a few years old, we don't know what that's gonna be when we actually go to tender. If we spend 15 to 20 million and we're still at 825, which still means we can't build any new houses, we're not gonna be any further ahead if we have to build a new site that's gonna give us another 2,000 somewhere else. We don't even know if the A is gonna let us go past 825. Definitely don't know if, with that site being located on a closed landfill, if we'll be able to get to the 3,000 to 4,000 that we're gonna need for Mount Bridges just in the next 20 to 25 years, let alone past that. And we already have people complaining about what their water and wastewater rates are, and how high they are. If we're doing this and spending this amount of money, it's just gonna make it go higher without any actual perceived benefit to the public, beyond the operation of the facility to keep it at the same rating. So that's my issue. I don't think we should continue with extended aeration, mostly for financial reasons, and because we don't have a good plan going forward, and we're deciding to go forward and spend all of the money in the reserves and then some before we know what our plan is.
Follow-up questions? I see none. You have a second motion in front of you. All in favor of the motion?
Can we just record the votes?
Sure.
Thanks.
Recorded vote? We need a seconder for recorded vote? Nope, okay, we'll go around. So this is all in favor, so Councillor Brennan, favor or opposed?
Opposed. I'm sorry, opposed.
Councillor Wilsey,
For.
Councillor Kennis,
Opposed.
Councillor Hippel,
Opposed.
I am opposed. Deputy Mayor,
Opposed.
Councillor Palmer,
Opposed.
Councillor Derbyshire,
For.
Councillor Pelkman.
Opposed.
Motion is defeated. Next motion, Brianna.
Therefore, be it resolved that the Council of the Municipality of Strathroy-Caradoc hereby directs staff to provide council with a detailed timeline and action plan for the EA process, including key milestones and opportunities for public and stakeholder engagement.
Gonna assume again, Councillor Derbyshire, you're in favor of the motion. Do you have a seconder for your motion?
To be honest, we might as well just pull the next two. We already know where they're headed. You can see how the vote's going, so we don't care about the taxpayer dollar.
Bring a motion to withdraw them, Councillor?
Point of privilege.
Yeah.
I think we do care about taxpayer dollars, and I don't like it stated that we do not. I think that's
Fair
out
enough.
of order.
That's fair enough, fair enough. Yep, Councillor Derbyshire, do you wanna make a motion to withdraw your motions, just so we have a record of it, Councillor?
Sure, I'll withdraw the last two motions because obviously number 3 will be detailed in the EA and.
Okay, so withdraw 3 and 4. Seconder, I don't know if do we need to vote on that? No, you just withdraw them. Thank you, Councillor. Okay, so we move to.
So I don't know if I should just defer the next one to next week so that it doesn't seem like.
Which one is that, Councillor?
Well, this one's pretty important for about 5,000 farm acres, and I don't know if this is the correct night to be bringing it forward, being that we're already down some of these roads. I mean, it's needed, but I don't want it to be shot down just because it's Councillor Derbyshire bringing it forward.
Can I actually ask if you bring it, because you might find, so, can I ask that you bring this one?
You get one shot in 6 months.
Yeah.
All right.
just a recommendation, Counselor?
Staff be directed to sign a request for a major drain improvement under section 78, section 1, subsection 5 and 5.1 of the Drainage Act of RSO 1990 for the purpose of extending the Humphrey Drain 1999 to a suitable downstream outlet.
Actually, I'm gonna second that one, because I know the importance of it, and what I don't know, and maybe Director Ortiz, I don't know, and maybe the CAO, if it's appropriate to ask for it, or do we need a staff report? Because I do think it is important, Counselor, and it seems something we should do for the landowners. I don't know, so, Deputy Mayor, so I am seconding the motion.
I'll make a motion to refer this back to staff. For what? That's why they goes to them back to staff.
Yeah, that's all, Counselor. I want to know if we can do it this way or how we do it, because I am in favor of the motion.
You're asking for a report if we can do it this way.
Essentially, that's it.
Okay, so I did consult
Yep.
our drainage superintendent, who did speak with the director. They said this is the way to go. We can put it back there. I don't know if they then, the road department then says, no, we don't want to do this, and it's over. You can ask for a report on how to do it. What I was trying to do is, they were trying to just say one farmer should submit this. The problem is, there's so many acres involved in this that needs this done for them. I don't think it's fair that just one person bear the burden, whereas this way, major drain improvement will actually be burdened by council for the engineering if it does not go through. That is my understanding of how this would work, so that is why we are asking the roads department to put it forward, so it's not an individual farmer doing it. But once this is undertaken and it is approved, it would all be split amongst the watershed. So the 4,000 acres that are involved in this would go in paying for it, but if at some point it falls through, we as council would be responsible for that. And in my honest opinion, I think, there's a whole bunch of farm tax that gets paid. I think this is a way to include those acres that do pay their taxes, and this is a way that we can possibly help and improve without one person being on the hook for it.
Okay, and just a question, once we bring the request for drain improvement, we're not committed to it. There'd still be a vote in council, correct? Whether or not we proceed after we get the drain improvement. Councillor Hippel.
So through yourself, to Councillor Derbyshire, so all four landowners are very much in agreement, knowing that this is like a very important issue
It's
to them.
4,000 acres.
Yeah.
There's more than 4 landowners. It's a huge project.
Yeah, I apologize. There is was your motion seconded, Deputy Mayor?
No, you didn't call for a second.
I didn't call for a seconder. I do apologize.
Thank you.
Councillor Power, are you seconding his motion?
Yeah, because I don't have enough understanding of where the Humphrey Drain starts and where on Trout Creek the problems are. I have no problem, I would have no problem moving it forward, but I do, for understanding purpose, want to know that.
Okay, so we got a motion to refer for a report. Councillor Kennis.
Yeah, I just want to reemphasize what Councillor Paukman's saying. I mean, I don't think any of us have objections to things like this, but at this point, we don't understand really what we're doing here. So I think, and how the municipality is involved in the long run. So I think if we get a report on it, that would be wonderful.
Yeah, and just, did you know, how soon did you want the report back, Deputy Mayor?
On a referral, I don't have to give a date, or we don't have to provide a date as opposed to the deferral, so, when staff get it prepared, but I think it's important to the farmers, so.
Quick question.
Yeah.
Just listening to Councillor Derbyshire, would Spria would bring us that information though in the request, would it not?
That would have been my understanding, that's why.
You would get, like, all we're asking is for them to put forward the motion, right? And then we would get some of that, you can ask Director Ortiz.
Yeah, sorry, Director Ortiz, we're talking around you, you're the one who knows this stuff.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, so to provide a little bit of clarity on this, I think what's being asked here is for the road authority to sign a petition for a major drain improvement. Once that petition is signed, that would enable us to do the detailed engineering that would be required for the design. So it would be as if we were approving a project, at least the design for a project, a major project in terms of drains. The road authority, under the direction of council, we have the authority to sign and request that petition. And if it's in the best interest of the municipality, it's council's directive to provide that direction. I don't have the full details on the scope of work, as Councillor Derbyshire does. Have a better idea of the full scope, the impacted landowners, the high level approximate costs and impacts. If that level of information was required by council prior to approving the cost for doing the engineering, we could provide a report in advance.
Okay, thank you, there's clarity. Councillor Palmer, then I bring this one to a vote.
So if we approve this direction here, to direct you to get a request for a major drain improvement, what is the cost associated with that at this point?
Just, we have a motion to refer, that's the motion on.
That's what the
Go
referral's
ahead,
gonna give you.
Yep. No, I just want to deal with the motion that's on the floor. We have a motion to refer for a staff report. All in favor of the motion? Opposed, if any? Carried. Strathroy-Caradoc Fire Advisory Committee meeting resolutions. Do you want to deal with this one? Read the motions, Deputy Mayor.
Yeah, I can. We spoke about this at the Fire Advisory Committee, and after discussion, the committee sent back a response to council saying that we feel the terms of reference are appropriate, and we do not believe that we're currently working outside the terms of reference.
Any comments or questions? Councillor Wilsey.
I've got a couple. So last meeting we had a discussion on a motion of mine, and council voted, and it was clear by the examples in the minutes and the terms of reference that the committee was acting outside of the terms of reference. Council accepted that, we voted on that, and now we're hearing from a committee that they weren't going outside of their terms of reference. So I've got a bit of an issue with a committee overruling council and saying just accept it, because we weren't actually doing what you told us we were doing. The other part is that we look at that the terms of reference are fine. I actually had quite a long conversation with the deputy mayor about meeting to refine the terms of reference, and he was asking for my input to go through so we could, because I put the motion forward, to talk to him about changing the terms of reference to something that was more appropriate. And we had quite a detailed conversation about that. Now I'm hearing in the same one that the terms of reference don't need to be changed. That conversation never happened as far as the discussions of it. I dropped the ball on that. I had an unexpected death in the family, and I had to attend to a lot of details with the funeral, and after that the conversation was never picked up again. It's been 3 weeks and I haven't heard from the deputy mayor about restarting that. So the next time I hear about that conversation is 3 weeks later, and now I'm saying the terms of reference don't need to be changed. The board wasn't acting outside of their terms of reference. So I'm just really confused about if the board decides if they're outside of the terms of reference or if council does. And then also why this is under unfinished business. I see the motion that the committee put forward, which seems to be well within their terms of reference, the motion that's over there on the right-hand side. That seems to be well within the terms of reference of the committee. But I do not believe the committee's terms of reference include determining whether they are outside of their own terms of reference and whether their terms of reference need to be updated. So I just want to leave it at that. But that's not actually a motion that's on the agenda, so.
I'll speak, if you will, just about, because I was the one who brought the motion. If you check at the committee, I don't believe that the Fire Advisory Committee is outside of their terms of reference, and I'll address why. If you're going to redo the Fire Advisory Committee, you'll need to redo CDAC and Museum Committee, because my biannual visit of all those committees. I sat there, and by the way, they both do fantastic work. First time ever at the museum committee, greatly impressed, but in sitting there and sitting in CDAC, and the terms of reference of all three are virtually the same. They do use words like not responsible for, but they can recommend. So I sat in a CDAC meeting and heard a discussion on budget items, on user fees and other budget items. Well, that's clearly not in their terms of reference because it does say they're not responsible for, but I would welcome the discussion. In the museum committee, I heard a discussion, a great discussion, by the way, on planning, and that's clearly not in there under the terms responsible. So I think, again, I'm a big believer in words. The words are not responsible for, and we're not saying as a fire committee that we're responsible for it. What we're saying is that we would like to have a discussion, and that is in all three terms of reference where we can make recommendations, and again, in all three committees make recommendations to council of items of interest. So I would just suggest if we're going to redo the fire committee, we may want to look at the terms of reference for every other committee, because again, great committees, I really like sitting on them, but you know, to have citizens come together and talk about items of interest. So in my opinion, Councillor, I think the terms of reference for the fire committee most certainly fit in with the other two. So I believe we're fine. Councillor Derbyshire.
I guess what I would ask is, because you talk about CDAC and the museum board and this and that, but I don't ever see CDAC approach council. They come through the director, and the director says, CDAC had a discussion, blah, 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 blah. We're dealing directly with this board, which are made up of 4 councillors. Like this is the problem with what's going on here. The board is great. If you want to discuss it, have this, then it comes through the fire chief. Or discuss with the association. You want to deal directly with the board. You want to deal directly with council. We have you bringing stuff forward, sitting here saying, we want to discuss, the board has decided we want to bring this forward. I don't know why it's not coming through the director or the fire chief.
So the debate's about the procedure then, Councillor, and that's a fair comment. If all we need to do, and I'm looking at the chair of the committee, is correct our procedures, we can most certainly do that.
The procedure's one thing because you're getting into this. If the fire chief, who would be your director, brought forward and said, we looked at this at the fire service committee, this is kind of what we went over, we've come up with this. You then that's where you take your hat off, but otherwise it appears that the fire service board is sitting down in the middle of council having a discussion with council. So, and I mean, your terms of reference where we don't want anybody with any experience because we want to be a blank slate and all this. Like, I think the process of going through who you were going to pick is probably more what rubs people the wrong way. Because I don't think it's CDAC you say, well, if you ever played a sport, you're not allowed to be on CDAC, right? Which is what was done. So that's the part that's kind of crappy. But hey, you made your rules, you got them. I think you coming directly to council with your issues is probably where I would say I have the biggest problem, because there's no separation then.
Fair enough. Any other comments? Councillor Palmer.
I'm just gonna ask the clerk, our earlier motion about committees, what was that? What did we pass? Because I feel like this keeps coming up, so I just wanna make sure we have a motion to, I think it's, obviously, we need to reevaluate committees and how they're set up and their jurisdictions and how they report. I think there's, demonstrated tonight, there's a lot of confusion. So I just want to make sure the previous motion covered that, please.
Sure. Through the chair to Councillor Palmer, so confirming that the previous motion was that council review the board and committee structure to incorporate additional members of the public before the end of the term of council. So it was more specific to the membership.
Councillor Derbyshire. Sorry.
I guess that would be my question. Like, are you going through a director, or was your board's intention to speak directly to council? Like, I really find that's the weird one to me. I'm
just a member, but you're making a good point, and through the chair of the committee, we can correct that. Councillor Pelkman.
I'm gonna bring a little bit of longer perspective here. This is a conversation that's been happening for at least 6 years. And when you have a turnover of council of 5 people, they're only dealing with 2 years of experience. And so it feels like it's being thrust upon us. I think that the 2 issues, the 2 questions that were asked of us are issues that need to be discussed. They probably need to be discussed outside of the council chamber, but they're politically sensitive, and I think that's the issue. It's not what's being asked, it's the consequence of what's being asked, and feeling like you're being forced to make a decision. But you know, there's a lot of work that went behind this, and at some point in time, we have to have that discussion. Now, maybe it would have been better if the chief would have come to council and said, you know, we're at this point, and you know, we kind of need to have the discussion. Are you okay with us having this discussion? And then I think we wouldn't be having the discussion we're having today. That, I think, is the crux of the issue, and not that the committee should or shouldn't be discussing it. It's that it's a politically sensitive question.
I don't think there's any motion there. That was reports from departments, building and planning versus.
Hold on.
There was a motion.
Was there a motion?
So the second recommendation.
Which has nothing to do with anything previous.
Okay, I didn't see, okay, sorry, I didn't see that. Thought that was coming from, okay. So, the council concur with the following recommendation. The Fire Advisory Committee recommended to council that the first council meetings of October, February, and May include Strathroy-Caradoc Fire Services Recognition Service Awards presentation. So, someone to bring the motion to accept that. Councillor Kennis, second by Councillor Pelkman. Questions? All. Go ahead, Councillor Derbyshire.
Honestly, like, they have a night and a banquet to give out the awards. Are we gonna start bringing up every roads guy, every worker in the municipality to get their badge in the circle? Like, I understand they do a service for the municipality. They have a banquet where they get their awards. Some of you are invited. Like, this is getting to a point where unless we're gonna do it for all employees and we just keep bringing everybody in, that includes all outdoor workers, indoor workers, this, that, to show the same appreciation, I think we're going a little overboard here. They have a night, they get their award, the mayor's there, whoever else is there, hands are shook, it's a good thing. We don't need to be doing this in council. We don't need to be changing the protocol when we're not going to do it for everybody.
Any other comments? Councillor Wilsey.
I agree, like, they have their own banquet. One of the things that I was a little bit disappointed of is I had a good friend of mine had a long service medal 2 years ago, and I asked both the CAO, I was asked by the fire chief, and I'd asked everyone possible if I could attend that banquet, and I was told no. I was not even allowed to buy my own ticket to go to that banquet, to see a close friend of mine get a long service award. And now we want to do it 3 times a year when we don't have any other group. We don't have the police officers coming in for here. When we do any other medal of distinction, we only do that once a year. Anything else we only do once a year. Now we want to do this 3 times a year for only one department. My biggest issue with that is it is personal, because I try to go to a banquet to support that, and I was told no, I'm not allowed to, and now I'm being told I have to 3 times a year for only one department. I don't think we can play favorites.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Palmer.
I just wonder why the committee thinks that we should change, why we should do that. I feel like I haven't heard that. I don't understand what the impetus for bringing this forward was.
Deputy Mayor.
Yeah, it's just a way of recognizing these individuals, their long service awards. There was a bunch that got an award for life-saving. It's something new the chief had come up with, which was really rather unique. Similar to what the paramedics guys get from MLPS. So that was the thought, is bringing it up. People watch council, people don't watch the Fire Services Committee. We're not broadcast, but not that they come in front of our committee. They, like Councillor Derbyshire said, they have an evening where they're presented their stuff. But it was a way of just showing to the public that these are the men and women that are doing the job for you. And they get long service award medal, and then they had this life-saving award medal, which I was impressed with.
Councillor Brennan, then Councillor Canis.
Thank you. Well, under our terms of reference, I think one of the things we're supposed to do as a fire committee is to educate the public and to have them have a greater understanding of the hard work and the training that these volunteers do. They are volunteers, and I think that is another aspect of what we're doing. 3 times a year, I mean, that's just a detail. It could be twice a year, it could be once a year. I think that's moot. But I think the fire committee in essentially trying to fulfill our role, which is to educate the public and to support our volunteers, I thought this might be something that would be a positive that the public would see and would have our volunteers feel that they're being celebrated, and might even help us in terms of publicizing the idea of volunteering and help with recruitment. Those were basically some of the ideas that were kicked around, and that's why I came here.
Councillor Canis.
Councillor Brennan said everything I was going to say.
Sorry.
Okay, so we have a seconded motion. All in favor of the motion? Opposed, if any? Carried.
Well, good job.
Building and planning, the community improvement applications report, motion to report BBP-2025-21, the community improvement applications, March 2025, be received for information. Someone bring the motion. Deputy Mayor, second by, look to my right, Councillor Pammer. All in favor? Carried. Are you going to speak to this one, Mr. Lilborn?
Thank you, Your Worship. Just quickly, in front of you is just a community improvement application through the beautification program. The committee did meet. The application came in after the work was completed, which goes against the policy. So the committee had no choice but to deny the application. It is clear in the plan that applicants must obtain approval for any grant funding prior to commencing an eligible project unless otherwise permitted by the municipality. And that would be yourselves. So staff did provide 2 other options for council to consider. They're in the report. One is for a value of $5,814.27, and the other one is $840.18. I'm available for any questions.
Thank you. Councillor Hippel.
Thank you. This disappoints me because we've got small business owners, we've got local people that are trying to build and create businesses within our community and our core. We're trying to improve our downtown core. Knowing that this particular owner spoke to one of our staff members who unfortunately is no longer here twice to discuss the facade renovations and the application process, and got the go-ahead to start these processes, and while they were gathering quotes, et cetera, just so that they can continue operating, because we all know how expensive and how long this process is. And we have in the past retroactively we have done these types of things before. Not that we want to go down that rabbit hole, but I mean, sometimes these things happen. Now, in the meantime, we have had a change of staff, and that staff member told this particular person, oh no, we don't do those things. So when they put forth The total overall amount, which was $9,313.77, which is what they've spent on the project, were said no, absolutely not. They have covered those costs themselves. They gathered quotes. It took them a very long time to get all of this done. And they have created something that was, I would like to say, a slight, I mean, I hate saying things are an eyesore, but it kind of was. And it looks fantastic, and they're working really hard. And this particular person also has a very vested interest in Strathroy-Caradoc and is a young business owner, or hoping to be a business owner. So anyhow, I am going to tell you that I don't agree with this, and I am going to vote that we accept it and go in that direction. And I would make a motion on that.
Thank you. Seconder for the motion, Councillor Palmer. Any questions?
Sorry, to clarify the motion,
need to
so
make the amount then.
Councillor Hippel, there are two options within
Yeah.
the report that may support your position. So option one is that council approve the application for funding to the maximum amount of $5,814.
Yeah.
Or option two, that council approve the funding to the maximum amount of $840.
I would make the motion that we approve the application for the funding through the beautification program in the amount of $5,814.27.
Thank you, Councillor.
And you second that, Councillor Palmer. Are there any questions? Councillor Kennis and Councillor Brennan and Councillor Paul.
Yeah, just a comment. I mean, I concur with the motion. I don't think there's anything malicious here in what the applicant was trying to do, and I think we need to be more lenient on these timing issues. The work was done, and they make our community a better looking community. So I support providing the funds.
Councillor Brennan.
I guess my question would be, how much money is currently available in this fund that we're taking the $5,814.27 out of? I don't know if that's going to the finance director or to Mr. Lowborn.
Through the chair to Councillor Brennan, the remaining funds after the $5,814.27 would be $1,150,540, $1.15 million.
That's about what I thought it was. Okay, thank you.
Councillor Pelkman, swinging to you.
Yeah, I just wanted to point out, listening to the director's words carefully, is that, you know, we have policies in place and it's the staff's job to enforce the policy. But he's also providing us the option to provide the money to him because he recognizes that the policy doesn't always fit every circumstance. So I just want to make sure that you know, I think the staff is doing exactly what we asked, in that you know, we know the policies, the program is good for the community, and he's more or less providing us with an option to say, hey, this does fit. You know, you have the option to waive the policy, and that one piece of the policy is that the application was late.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Palmer.
Yeah, I was just going to say that we want to encourage people to apply for this fund. Obviously, it doesn't get used as much as we had hoped. You know, we can see with our own eyes, Matt LeBerge has done a great job. I would just ask if I could have the CAO possibly look at that policy. I mean, if it takes 6 to 8 months, this is not working. That's not going to work for small business owners who are bought a building or leased a building. They're excited to get going. They got, you know, things coming down the pipe. You know, everybody's always really excited at that stage. And if they then have to pause and wait for the municipality, then maybe we have a little bit of a problem with the program. So not spending too much time, but, you know, maybe we need to have just a quick check as to whether the timelines on this are realistic for small business owners.
So I see Director Dakin's finger is trying to get on me. I want to talk about it. So the floor is yours, Director.
So through the chair to council, so two things. First of all, the original applications was for $9,313.17. So the 5 really removes a window that he also put in. So if you want to reimburse the applicant It would be $9,313,000.
Hey, what are we doing?
$9,313.77. The other thing, just so you're aware, the application was received in January. It is now end of February, and it's coming to council. So I don't think there's a delay in the application. I think the process here is that we're finding is that people are doing work and then applying, as opposed to applying, getting approval, and then doing the work. So what we need to do is make sure that people understand, and typically it's caught at our building permit process. When they apply for a building permit, we sort of say, there is this CIP process, so that they're fairly early into the application, but in this case, the application was received. There was an inquiry to a former employee, but the application was not received until January of this year and is now brought forward by the end of February.
Okay. I'm just gonna say, Councillor Hippel, did you want to append your original motion?
Yes, I would amend it to do the full amount that they originally.
The $9,313.77.
Yes, as long as it's not 9 million, I'm good.
9,000.
You'll second it. I see Councillor Wilsey has a question. Councillor Wilsey. Say Councillor Pelkman, sorry.
When I read that CIP plan, it's specifically not for regular maintenance and like I could see like it's for the facade, but unless that window is different than the previous window.
It is. 100% is.
Well, I don't see that in the report anywhere. It's just a number that we got here. I don't know, whatever.
Yeah, fair enough. Councillor Pelkman.
Yeah, it was just, it's not gonna affect my vote on this, but maybe perhaps from a purely fundamental or theoretical process, a person making an investment in their property shouldn't be dependent on this program. And so maybe rather than hinder them moving forward, we can provide them the application, they can make the application, and then we can determine what is applicable and what isn't based on the application. And in their business plan, if they get $5,000, it's $5,000 they weren't expecting, as opposed to making it dependent on the approval first. Because if I was a business owner writing a business plan, I'm not writing my business plan based on the dollar values that we're giving you.
Okay, Councillor Hippel, last word.
Thank you. I agree completely. I will tell you that in this particular case, I think this was a whole new thing, and I don't think there was anything malicious or sneaky or anything going on. I think it was just communication with a staff member, and then not knowing, and then someone mentioned something about the CIP, and I think there's just, when you're youthful, you don't know all the steps, and then you figure them out, and then you go ahead. And I think, though, you're absolutely right. I think these things need to, communication needs to be better on that, on both ends. And there is some mistakes definitely made, but nothing malicious. So I appreciate that.
Right. We have a second motion. All in favor? Opposed, if any? Carried. I'd like to bring a motion to break for 15 minutes to 8:20. Someone to bring a motion to Deputy Mayor, second by Councillor Palmer. All in favor of a break? Back at 8:28. We're in recess. Welcome back, folks. Do I need a motion to go back into session?
Just to resume.
Motion to resume session. Councillor Brennan, second by Councillor Hippel, all in favor, carried. We're now at community services, a community garden update. Motion to receive the report for information. Deputy Mayor, second by Councillor Kennis, all in favor, carried. Director Littlemore.
Thank you, Your Worship. This is a bit of a good news story. After Council approved the community garden in 2024 and the Rotary contribution of $10,000, matching it with PTP funds of $10,000, we had several organizations and businesses come out to want to continue to support and grow, no pun intended, the community garden. So we've had Faulkner's come out and with a donation of materials as well as work, labor for value of $38,500. Plus HST. Holy Cross Secondary School is going to build all of the garden boxes for us, including the AODA compliant boxes. And then we've got a group of people going to be constructing a timber frame shade structure, and then Acorn Tree Services. Staff are here looking to provide an update with regards to the good news, but also hoping that council would be willing to leverage the $43,500 from Faulkner's and Acorn Tree Services and allow $14,500 from PTP to go towards a tool shed, a signage, fencing around the garden, as well as a water tank. The only portion of the project that would not be completed would be the sidewalk connection to Park Street, which we would look at adding into a 2026 capital budget next year.
Yep. Deputy Mayor.
I'd be pleased to be able to make the motions recommended at the top of the page, 3 parts to it. I'm not going to read them out, other than the last part, which is naming it the community garden to Arda Faulkner Memorial Community Garden. I think this is amazing that so many people stepped up so quickly before we even could come out of the gate. So that just shows community involvement, and that's amazing. Good on so many parts.
Yeah. Second. Okay, can we double seconds? I think it's a great thing. Any Councillor Wilsey, then Councillor Faulkner.
So a couple questions. Is this design different than the one we saw at CDAC? I thought the one we saw at CDAC had like, they were like U-shaped gardens that interlocked with each other rather than the ones that are shown in the picture on it. And then the second part is this fund in addition to the Rotary donation that we matched with the other one. So this is 14.5 in addition to the 20 that we already did, or the 10 we did to match the 10 last year. If you could confirm both of those for me.
Through the chair to Councillor Wilsey, yeah, this excerpt that's in the report is snipped right from the conceptual design from A-Link that was presented to CDAC. It's just a conceptual design. The final design may not look exactly the way it does here. The trees may be in a different spot. The boxes may be laid out different. But the positioning is going to be in similar locations. So the parking will be where it's identified. It may not be identical to where it's in the picture. The boxes may be shifted to the left. It could be in a semicircle as opposed to the configuration that it's in. So this is just conceptual. The overall designs of the boxes themselves have been, the sizes were taken off of the conceptual design. So it'll be very close. And the money, you're absolutely correct. The 14.5 would be in addition to the 10.
And Councillor Faulkner, did you have first, and Councillor Pammer?
Yes, thank you. I just want to point out, because I know at times people question the PTP program. You know, it does go through spells where you know, maybe there are no ideas, but when ideas come, we need to be prepared to be flexible so that they can be the best that they can possibly be. And I think that when you look at the fair property, the fairgrounds, on how much better those became from the initial concept of what it was supposed to be, from some of these same people that are stepping up again. You know, I think that you just need to be able to be flexible to make it the best project it can be. And so, yeah, I'm happy to support this.
Councillor Pammer, did you have a comment?
I was just, well, first of all, great work for the whole department of putting this all together, and to the community for all the different pieces stepping up. Just one little quick question. So there'll be access from Park Street and Spence, like walking access? Is that what I see here?
Through the chair to Councillor Pammer, yes, it would be from both streets.
Any other comments? Councillor Derbyshire.
Thank you. I just threw you to the director. How close does this get us then to the, I think it was $125,000 that was needed to pull off the whole project? I think that was kind of one of the numbers. And my other question was the houses that would be on the north side, if you're looking at the picture, like, do we have coverage for them so that we won't have possibly people in and amongst their backyards?
Through the chair to Councillor Derbyshire, there are some properties already have privacy fences in their backyards. We would look at be planting trees and such along there as well to help with that. With regards to the first question, with regards to the value, I want to say it was around 125,000. I believe you're correct with that number. We're choosing to use stone dust and chip for a lot of this, where a lot of it in the initial design was a concrete sidewalk, as an example, across. So that was changed as part of the design. I know it says here limestone screenings. The parking lot was identified to be asphalt. We won't be asphalting it, that kind of stuff. So it won't be the total value of the 125, but it gets us to a finished product that would be acceptable.
So
Go ahead.
Can I just do one follow-up? So you say this is a finished product and we're done, this project complete, and we shouldn't hear much more from it?
Through the chair to Councillor Derbyshire, staff have no intentions to come forward other than to finish the sidewalk in 2026 for approximate value of $25,000.
Any other comments, questions? Seeing none, we have a second motion. All in favor of the motion? Opposed, if any? Carried. Director Ortiz, speed limit request policy. Motion to receive the report for information first. Deputy Mayor, second by Councillor Pammer. All in favor? Carried.
Through the chair to council, the report in front of you is a report appended with the proposed speed limit policy. I'm here to answer any questions that council may have.
Are there any questions on the policy? Councillor Derbyshire.
Are we overstepping our limit with the, whatever it is, the board, the traffic?
Traffic committee?
Yeah, are we crossing any lines or doing anything that they will have a problem with?
Through the chair to council, we've reviewed this with the traffic committee. I don't think that there'll be any issue with that. No problem, as well as the chief of police.
Questions? Seeing none, there are two motions in front of you. Council endorse the speed limit request policy, that bylaw number 29-25 be referred to the consideration bylaws section of the agenda for consideration and adoption. So I'm bringing Deputy Mayor, second by Councillor Kennis. All in favor?
Hold on.
Oh, sorry, vote.
I see the policy. I guess my question is some of this what that committee does, or are we now, like, we're gonna now take speed limit request forms and then we're going to conduct the study and evaluate it ourselves? I thought that's what the traffic committee did. Like, it sounds like we're taking on some of what their role is. And then staff to analyze traffic data and roadway. Unless they want to give it up, it sounds like we're asking to take part of what their position is.
I don't have it in front of me to read, so Director Ortiz.
Yeah, thank you. Through the chair to Councillor Derbyshire, we don't have a formal speed limit policy in place, so this provides a context for how the municipality would respond to requests that we get for speed limit increases. It would be the traffic committee has reviewed it. There's no conflict in that respect. Yeah, I'm not sure if there's anything else I can ask or answer.
Follow up, that will bring.
Sorry, I'm not trying to, when we had a speed limit thing, which I've asked numerous times for speed limit to go up and down, courtesy of someone asking me, it always got sent to the traffic committee. Then they came back with their recommendation. Like, I guess the policy is going to change that we then, as our staff, will take on the role of doing the speed limit thing. So we're technically pulling that away now from the traffic committee. Is that what this is?
Through the chair to Councillor Derbyshire, one of the recommendations I believe came from the traffic committee to develop a speed limit policy, and that's the one in front of you. And yes, staff would be reviewing the requests, doing the necessary studies, to make a recommendation to council for approval. At the end of the day, council would be approving any change to speed limits or implementation of speed reduction measures.
Got a second motion in front of you. Call the vote. All in favor? Opposed, if any? Carried. Traffic Committee update, the Q1 2025 update. Motion to receive the report for information. Deputy Mayor, second by Councillor Palmer. All in favor? Carried. Speak to the report, Director Ortiz.
Thank you.
We're just receiving for information, but go ahead, speak to it, because I have a question.
Okay, yeah, through the chair, in front of you is the report. Includes 2 minutes from the August 2024 and the Q1 2025 Traffic Committee meetings. I will note there was some discussion. It didn't make it to the minutes, but important for council to be aware of. The county is reviewing Parkhouse Drive from Glendon to Adelaide, and they're looking at assuming that stretch. It may have an impact on the budget line item that we have for the intersection improvements at Troops and Parkhouse. We have $1 million allocated for that work. We would likely be deferring any work on that or investment in that project until we have some certainty from the county, and hopefully they would be able to take that stretch on, and we would not have to spend that $1 million. Here to answer any questions.
I just have one first comment, Councillor. It has to do with Mount Bridges. I need to talk to the county engineers. I believe it was on this traffic committee report where you talked about the proposed crosswalk at Bowen and Adelaide and the problems with that. And I know the citizens have been looking forward to it. So it's a county thing. So I'll speak to the county engineer when I see him tomorrow at the county. So Councillor Wilsey, then Councillor Derbyshire.
This is gonna pull over between the tar and chip and here, but it's also to do with Parkhouse Drive that was just brought up. With the frost heave and everything we've had, Parkhouse Drive is in really bad condition, and our roads department has done a repair on it late last week. With the traffic that's been over the weekend, the repair has settled where the wheel tracks are, and for me to drive there, I don't have an SUV, I don't have a pickup truck. For me to get over where the repair was without my car hitting because of where the wheel wells actually sank and the middle of the road where nobody drives hasn't, I actually had to go in the opposing lane of traffic in the middle of a valley to get around the road repair. So with that being said, if we're delaying that intersection, and this place is right near that intersection where it's blind coming from both ways, are we going to repair that again? Are we going to defer that? There's signs that are put up that say there's a bump, but if somebody comes through that, what happens to their car if they hit the middle of the road because there's so much of a difference between the wheel wells and the center, and their car is damaged because of our road and a temporary repair that we put in place? I want to hear a little bit about that, at least on this, because we heard about, I just don't know what to do if the road's going to be assumed soon, and it's potentially a hazard.
Through the chair to Councillor Wilsey. It's on our list for likely repairs. There's only so much we can do in the winter time when it's -10. Temporary repairs don't do very well in this type of weather, but it would be likely added to the spring repair list among a number of other repairs around the municipality on the target program.
Councillor Derbyshire.
Thank you. I did have a question. I think I saw that we are going to install knockdown signs on Scotchmere Drive where the school zone begins. So I think knockdown signs go in the middle of the road. I'm not really too sure where we're locating them, but this is a highly agricultural community that I don't know how long they'll last. Just saying, when the tractors and cultivators roll over top of these things. So maybe that's something we need to reconsider on probably any of our back roads, being that they are used by agriculture.
Yeah. Councillor Hippel before you.
Okay, yes, through yourself, I would agree. I mean, while that school has issues with parking and driving and speed, it has issues all the time. It's a hard one because that road is used by Cuddies and 5 very large farming families constantly. And it's, yeah, so I don't even know. I mean, Councillor Derbyshire is right. Like, they'll be crushed in no time with the very large cultivators and everything else under the sun. But at the same time, it is a really dangerous spot. First thing in the morning when those kids are getting dropped off, and they should all be taking the bus, but they're not. So it's dangerous. So I don't know what the solution is. I'm actually not giving you a solution. So that's a tough one.
Didn't know if you were going to comment just other than to record it.
Quick response through the chair to Councillor Derbyshire. Some of these signs, that concern was discussed. They can be placed on the side of the road, so they avoid the confines. But yeah, the ones in the center of the road would be a disaster to make.
Move on to the tar and chip. Motion to receive the tar and chip recommendation update. Motion to receive that report. Councillor Kennis, second by Deputy Mayor. All in favor? Are there any questions regarding the updated tar and chip? Councillor Wilsey.
Just a couple, because I wasn't here for the first one. What is the cost to start and stop, and how that relates to our budget? Like, typically, if you're running a piece of equipment, it makes sense to just keep going. And not stop it. And when I look at Irish, we're doing all of Irish except for 1 block. And then 2 concessions over on Falconbridge, we're doing just 1 block. And then we've got 3 other spots where we're doing just 1 block. I guess I'm concerned that, like, if we're gonna do Irish, I think we should do all of Irish, not miss a spot in the middle of it. For the dead end roads, if anyone saw the pictures of Mill Road, which is something that's not looking to be assumed by the county, it looks like you're driving over gravel for a 6-foot section that's been partially repaired, and the whole road from one side to the other is 2-inch pieces of tar and chip that's just been tore up. It's worse than a gravel road because it goes from tar and chip to basically gravel where it's going to get thrown up and knocked up. And yes, if we're going to have to fix that, then that's going to come out of some other budget. But we have a tar and chip budget for fixing roads. I would say that we should take a look at what it's going to cost to do a contiguous stretch. If we're going to do Irish, we should do all of Irish. We shouldn't stop and leave it a block in the middle. I think that looks silly. We're doing 3 different sections that are only a block long. I think we should do all of Irish and look at the roads that have been the most damaged and current conditions. So maybe we don't do some of the dead end roads, and we fix the section of mill that goes by the wastewater treatment facility and the dump, because that's a heavily used road. And that one, when it's down to gravel on that section where it's all tore up, that's where people take their trailers to dump, and they're driving over that all the time. That's not a lightly traveled road, and it's traveled a lot more than some of the ones we're looking at redoing. I'd like to hear other councils. I don't want to just make the motion myself because I wasn't here with the first discussion, but I would like to see all of Irish done, and at least that section of mill. And maybe there's other roads we don't know about that have been damaged by the winter that we should look at, rather than the roads that we've got on the list now.
Any comments? Councillor Derbyshire.
Sorry, I was just gonna make one, and it I'm going to put it very nicely. The stretch of road from Longwoods to Switzer on Sutherland, there is nobody from our municipality on that road. That road is not particularly used by our residents. It heads into the neighboring village down. I was down it today. It does have a little bit of work that could possibly be used, but I would say that we could probably better utilize our money maybe on, say, a section of Mill Road, which would be about the same length as this. Only because there is not a whole lot of value to our residents with that stretch. That's my opinion.
Councillor Canis.
Last meeting, we asked our director to make some adjustments to a proposal that he brought before us, and he's done that, and I think we should vote on that.
Any other comments, questions? Okay, well, the motion is that council direct staff to proceed with tendering a revised 2025 tar and chip program. Someone to bring that? Councillor Canis, second by Councillor Pelkman. Questions? Councillor Wilsey.
So if we go forward with this report, knowing that we have roads that need to be repaired, which are in worse shape than the ones we're voting at doing right now, where does that money come from? I don't know. It's got to come out of somewhere. So where are those repairs going to come out of?
Fair question. Let Director Dakin or Director Ortiz, whatever one, it's a fair question.
I'll start on this and then pass it over to Director Dakin. Through the chair, a couple of things. So we had a $915,000 budget allocated for the tar chip for 2025. We will be maxing that out without a doubt with the kilometers that we were doing. We're doing a lot of tar chip repairs with a very modest budget. Adding additional cost, or adding additional road would require additional budget line items, which we would have to tap into the reserves, but I'll let Bill speak about that. But I will say the roads that we've selected have been chosen from the road needs study that we completed. The road needs study in the 10-year total, we have $19.9 million in planned infrastructure investment in roads, in tar chip specifically. So we're doing 915 this year. If we followed the road needs study, we'd be doing 2 million and up over the next 5 years. So a significant increase in the investment in our road, tar chip roads specifically. So I just wanted to pick that context for council as you guys deliberate.
Deputy Mayor.
I see the single application on Falconbridge. Will I therefore assume that Falconbridge is already tar and chipped and this is like a maintenance? Is that section like a maintenance type situation where if it's a double, we're taking it from gravel to a tar and chip? Is that a reasonable assumption?
Through the chair, the level of repair depends on the state of the road. If we do maintenance more frequently, we can get by with a single lift of asphalt, tar and chip, where you go by once and you put tar down and you're done and you go away. A lot of our roadways are in a much poorer condition and they require going down to the base asphalt, or so the base gravel, and then removing the top layer of the gravel and then putting a full 2 coats on. So it's a factor of maintenance and the state of the roadway. Well-kept roadways, we can get by with a single lift more frequently, but the longer we push them out, then we need to do additional lifts and more eventually full reconstruction.
Thank you. Councillor Wilsey, then we'll.
Just the second part of my question, I didn't hear where all the money for the roads that are tar and chip now that have been damaged in the frost, where that money's going to come from to repair those. I didn't hear that answer.
Through the chair, we have some money allocated in the tar and chip program line item, that $915,000 for doing repairs. If we go above, it would have to come from reserves.
Okay, any other questions? Seeing none, all in favor of the motion? Opposed, if any? Carried. Deputy Mayor, council highlights.
There's a report attached, lays it all out, thanks.
Announcements and inquiries. Councillor Hippel.
I have nothing tonight, thank you.
Councillor Kennis.
Just want to congratulate the municipality and Bill Dakin especially. The skills trade program was launched last week at the high schools, and the amount of work that was done in putting this program together and what an impact it's going to have on our community and people looking to improve those skills. And I want to especially recognize Bill for the work he's done. He received a lot of praise from all of the different partners for the work he did in putting that all together. And it was a very enjoyable afternoon, and we have some great equipment in the high school that high school students will benefit from, and certainly a lot of people looking to improve their skills in the community. So that was really a great program that we've been involved in a number of years.
Councillor Wilsey.
I just wanted to congratulate the Mount Ridges Lions Night in advance of Farmers Night that's on this Thursday. Hope everyone has a good night there. Like to see you there. I believe I'm volunteering with the Scouts. We're doing some stuff there. So hopefully I see you Thursday night. And the following Thursday, I'll invite the community out to come commiserate with Councillor Derbyshire and I. We will be at the Still having our Councillor Open House on the 13th at 7.
I'll see you at the Farmers' Night. Councillor Brennan.
At the risk of repeating myself or others, I just want to thank our snow clearing crews from the last couple of weeks, the last month or so. I compare the quality and the frequency and this, the quickness with which our roads were done with people I know who live in London, and we come out very well in a comparison. So it was an excellent job, and I just want to thank them for their hard work.
Councillor Pelpin.
Yes, thank you. I too wanted to mention the skills trade program. I have a teenage employee at work who is currently taking shop, and she is strongly considering a career in welding now because of the equipment that they're using. She says it's just kick-ass. Was her word. So
we'll let that go.
yeah, she thinks it's pretty cool to go in there, and the equipment's great. The other thing we failed to mention at the last meeting was the expansion by Nordera. That was a pretty impressive facility that we got to see. Darn cold. That's very impressive. And when you look at the investment that company has made in our community, it's pretty impressive. And even if you go down York Street and see how they've expanded outside of their own property and are leasing out a pretty substantial piece of the neighboring property, they're doing a lot with what they originally started with. So yeah, congratulations to them.
Councillor Derbyshire.
Thank you. I just have one or two things. I'd like to give a shout out to Mike Hathaway and the people at Mr. Amish. Mr. Amish has been running a program where they take soup and bread on Thursdays down to the boys and girls. I'm going to say home house. I didn't get the exact place correct, but so I was in there one day and I asked them if anyone ever comes in asking for soup or a sandwich, and they said actually they do have people come in. So I started off with $60, and then I told a few neighbors, and they contributed. So every week I've dropped off $100, which they now take two tubs, ice cream tubs and bread out to the boys' home. So what I was kind of hoping is that my goal is $100 a week. That seems to be about what Mr. Amish can handle. He said 150 would get 2 tubs and feed a bunch of other people. So if you're in there or going by there or buy your bread there or whatever else, if you could just throw a little bit in the dish up front, he will have a thing up front, and it'll go a long way to helping feed, some hungry people in our community. So I'd like to thank him for initiating that program, and I just kind of want to give it a shout out and help it out. So
Just, by the way,
Maybe,
go ahead.
maybe Councilor Derbyshire could tell everyone where they could find Mr. Amish.
Queen Street.
He's on Queen Street. And I think it's Queen and High, yes. By the tracks. He will be open too during our Queen Street construction. You will be able to get in off a back parking lot. I have spoken with staff about that. They said they will make accommodations and signs so that he's notified or clear to see. But very good food, very good product, and very nice people.
Great pickled eggs. Councillor Pammer. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. It's always nice to go last because I get to hear of all the great stuff going on in the community from so many different people. Greg, I won't be able to see you this Thursday night down at Farmers Night. I have to miss it for the first time in quite a few years. But another incredible group we have in Strathroy are the people trying to pull a hospice together. And they're doing information night, I guess it is. They've invited me out to. So for Tyler Damon, who has done so much work in this community for cancer and now the hospice, and so many other people, Sean Volinsky and John Barnett, and Arden I Winning, I believe, is part of that group. And there'll be a whole bunch that I'll find out on Thursday. But that's where I will be on Thursday, and really grateful for what they're doing, and I'm going to be interested in that project.
Thank you, and I'll try to make this short, but about a month ago I received out of the blue phone call inviting me to a volleyball tournament this weekend. There wasn't much more detail, and I got one text message about it. It was this past Saturday up at the high school, so decided I would go. In the debate Saturday morning was I going to wear the grubby sweatpants or the dress sweatpants? Well, I'll tell you, I'm glad I dressed up a little bit, because I rolled up to SDCI. I've never seen so many cars, and when I walked in, I will tell you, there were 600 East Indian people from across Canada, and I can't remember I think they may be related to the neighbors, John, that you have where we attended. 600 East Indian folk playing volleyball in Strathroy at SDCI, and it was totally amazing. And thank God I can speak off the cuff, but I will say I got the best applause I've ever received from them, but I think they do that out of politeness. But the point is too, that we didn't know about it, and the second year we wouldn't. So I've asked that they reach out to staff for next year, because this event, I don't know if you knew about it, Director, but it was amazing. 600 people from across Canada playing volleyball in our community. They were very happy to be here, and they were at SDCI because they have 5 volleyball courts. We just kind of stumble into something, so yeah, I'm glad it maybe cleaned up a little bit, but with that, yeah, it was a pretty amazing event. I spoke to Heather about doing something next year for those folks. With that, make a motion to council move into closed session at 8:56 p.m. to discuss the following. One item in accordance with council's procedure bylaw to approve in-camera meeting minutes of February 13th, 2025 and February 18th, 2025. One item pursuant to section 239(2)(e) of the Municipal Act as amended regarding litigation or potential litigation, including matters before administrative tribunals affecting the municipality or local board, in section 239(2)(f) of the Municipal Act as amended regarding advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege, including communications necessary for that purpose. The OLT appeal for refusal of ZBA 09-2024 for 2226 Adelaide Road. One item pursuant to section 239(2)(b) of the Municipal Act regarding personal matters about an identifiable individual, including municipal or local board employees, CEO performance. Call for a motion that we recess enter closed session at 8:57. Bring the motion. Does anyone need to recess? We're okay to keep going, so we'll just go into close. Councillor Pammer, I saw Councillor Brennan second. All in favor of going into closed session? Motion that open session resume at 10:04 PM. Deputy Mayor, second by Councillor Kennis, all in favor, carried. Council met in closed session to consider matters it is permitted to do so under the municipal act and is listed on tonight's council agenda. The following items were considered during the closed session. One item in accordance with council's procedure bylaw to approve in-camera meeting minutes of February 13th and February 18th, 2025. The meeting minutes were approved. One item pursuant to section 239(2)E of the municipal act as amended regarding litigation or potential litigation, including matters before administrative tribunals affecting the municipality or local board in section 239(2)F of the municipal act 2001 as amended, regarding advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege, including communications necessary for that purpose. The OLT appeal of refusal of ZBA 09-2024 for 2226 Adelaide Road. Council received advice from legal counsel. Direction was given to legal counsel. One item pursuant to section 239(2) of the municipal act regarding personal matters about identifiable individual, including municipal or local board employees, CAO performance. Council received a verbal update for information. No direction was given to staff. Motion that the direction given in closed session be approved. Deputy Mayor, second by Councillor Kennis, all in favor, carried. Consideration of bylaws, the bylaw number 1825, bylaw number 26-25, bylaw number 29-25, and bylaw number 30-25 receive first, second, third, and final reading. So I'm going to read Deputy Mayor, second by Councillor Kennis, all in favor, carried.
And then also, this one is,
That one there? Yeah. And a motion to bylaw number 09-25 receive third and final reading only. Deputy Mayor, second by Councillor Kennis, all in favor, carried. And now, next meeting, regular council meeting is on Monday, March 17th, same time, same place. Motion to adjourn at 10:07. Deputy Mayor, second by Councillor Kennis, all in favor, carried. Thank you, sir.
17.